Recording in progress.
Indonesia tanah air beta, pusaka abadi nan jaya. Indonesia sejak dulu kala selalu dipuja-puja bangsa. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup mata. Dibuai dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup mata.
Perkembangan ilmu yang cepat didukung dengan kemajuan teknologi menciptakan ruang bagi inovasi baru dalam pendidikan tinggi. Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika sebagai kampus digital kreatif terkemuka di Indonesia mengambil langkah cepat berinovasi dalam kegiatan pembelajaran di lingkungan kampusnya. Sehingga mutu dan kualitas pendidikan tinggi di kampus UBSI dapat dijangkau seluruh lapisan masyarakat untuk Indonesia maju. Kampus UBSI yang lokasi kampus utamanya berada di daerah khusus Jakarta memiliki 9 kampus program studi di luar kampus utama. UBSI memiliki lokasi kampus yang strategis dan mudah dijangkau, dikelilingi berbagai fasilitas transportasi umum modern seperti bus Transjakarta, KRL komuter lain, dan MRT. Hal ini memberikan kemudahan dan kenyamanan bagi mahasiswa dalam beraktivitas, mendukung mobilitas yang fleksibel dari berbagai daerah di Jakarta, Bogor, Depok, Tangerang, dan Bekasi. Menjadi universitas yang unggul di bidang ekonomi dan digital kreatif, UBSI memiliki 5 fakultas dengan program studi sebagai berikut. Fakultas Teknik dan Informatika, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Komunikasi dan Bahasa, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, keseriusan dalam mengelola perguruan tinggi melalui sistem penjaminan mutu yang baik, dosen berkompeten, inovasi penelitian, serta kreativitas mahasiswa. Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika mendapatkan akreditasi peringkat unggul. UBSI mendapatkan prestasi di tingkat nasional. Anugerah Insan Pendidikan Tinggi tahun 2023 dan 2024 dari Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi, Sains, dan Teknologi. UBSI memberikan kesempatan bagi para mahasiswa untuk memperluas wawasan dan pengalaman belajar di kampus internasional, membuka pintu menuju dunia yang lebih luas, dan mendapatkan banyak pengalaman berharga melalui program kredit transfer internasional dan Indonesian International Student Mobility Award atau ICAISD. UBSI memiliki program pengembangan karir dan program entrepreneur bagi para mahasiswa dan alumni melalui Career Center dan Entrepreneur Center, di mana di dalam Entrepreneur Center terdapat inkubator bisnis untuk membantu dan mengarahkan mahasiswa dalam rangka belajar, mendampingi, dan mengembangkan bisnis mereka. Proses belajar mengajar dilakukan di ruang kelas yang nyaman dengan dukungan akses internet gratis di seluruh area kampus. UBSI memiliki ruang laboratorium yang nyaman dan modern guna mendukung proses belajar mengajar sesuai dengan program studi yang ada di masing-masing fakultas. Semua laboratorium didukung dengan fasilitas yang lengkap untuk memberikan pengalaman belajar yang optimal bagi para mahasiswa. UBSI memiliki ruang perpustakaan yang nyaman dan tersebar di seluruh kampus dengan koleksi hingga ribuan buku, tugas akhir, majalah, surat kabar, jurnal, dan lain-lain, baik dalam bentuk cetak maupun digital. Perpustakaan UBSI menjadi tempat favorit bagi mahasiswa untuk belajar di luar kelas dan mengembangkan pengetahuan mereka. Dalam rangka memberikan pelayanan kepada para mahasiswa dan alumni, UBSI memiliki Biro Administrasi Keuangan dan Umum, Biro Administrasi Akademik Kemahasiswaan, dan Biro Teknologi Informasi. Salah satu sarana yang dimiliki UBSI dan ada di setiap kampusnya adalah fasilitas ruang auditorium yang memiliki daya tampung hingga 300 orang. UBSI juga memiliki gedung Basic Convention Center yang dapat menampung hingga 5.000 orang dengan kapasitas parkir hingga ribuan kendaraan. Tidak hanya itu, UBSI juga menyediakan ruang rapat dan ruang serbaguna yang nyaman, sangat ideal untuk berbagai kegiatan akademik maupun non-akademik. UBSI memiliki armada bus khusus yang selalu siap untuk mendukung kegiatan mahasiswa seperti bootcamp, studi tour, industrial visit, menjadikan pengalaman yang lebih berkesan bagi mahasiswa dalam belajar. Dalam mendukung pembelajaran pada program studi perhotelan dan pariwisata, UBSI memiliki gedung Wisma BSI dengan total jumlah kamar sebanyak 90 kamar di Wisma BSI Kaliabang Bekasi dan 8 kamar di Wisma BSI Yogyakarta. Wisma BSI juga memiliki ruang belajar bagi mahasiswa seperti lab kitchen, lab bartender, lab housekeeping, lab front office, dan lab restoran. UBSI menyediakan fasilitas sarana ibadah bagi seluruh sivitas akademik seperti Masjid Al-Firdaus di kampus UBSI Jatiwaringin, Masjid Al-Fat di kampus UBSI BSD, UBSI Cengkareng, dan UBSI Pontianak, serta ruang musola di seluruh lokasi kampus UBSI. UBSI juga menyediakan berbagai fasilitas olahraga lengkap untuk mendukung gaya hidup sehat dan aktif seluruh sivitas akademik UBSI, mulai dari lapangan futsal, voli, basket, badminton, tenis meja, hingga wall climbing tersedia di kampus-kampus UBSI. Sehingga seluruh mahasiswa dapat dengan mudah menggunakan fasilitas olahraga di lingkungan kampus. Dengan dukungan teknologi informasi yang canggih, proses perkuliahan yang dilakukan menggunakan e-learning dapat berjalan dengan baik melalui Learning Management System MyBase. Tidak hanya itu, kehandalan sumber daya dan dukungan teknologi informasi UBSI menghadirkan aplikasi mobile untuk memudahkan seluruh sivitas akademik dalam mengakses sistem informasi di lingkungan kampus hanya dalam genggaman. My UBSI Student, My UBSI Parent, My UBSI Alumni, dan My UBSI Staff. Gimana Sobat BSI? Keren kan? Raih kesuksesan gemilang masa depanmu di Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika. Segera daftar di pmbubsi.id atau melalui aplikasi PMB UBSI. Kuliah BSI aja.
From Aceh. Okay.
Colorful.
Colorful, right? So bright.
Yes.
Mhm.
And
Hope
also
that
the performance before
Mhm.
from
right from Bali.
it's quite graceful and mesmerizing bagus dance performance.
Right. Agree.
And our activity for today's.
Right.
Well, Mr. Agus, we greeting first to our attenders. Okay.
Right. Please.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning. Bina Sarana Informatika Foundation. Wait. Okay. Let me repeat. The respectable head of Bina Sarana Informatika Foundation, Mr. Herman P. Hartoyo and staffs, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika, Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Wahyudi, MCom, MM, MPD, IPU, Asian Engineer, the Honorable Vice Rector 1 Academic Affairs of Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika, Mrs. Associate Professor Dr. Diah Puspitasari, MCom, Honorable Vice Rector 2 Non-Academic Affairs of Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika, Mr. Adi Supriyatna, MCom, the Honorable Head of Rules Division and Teams, the Honorable Deans of Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika, the Honorable Head of Study Programs of Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika, the Honorable Lecturers of Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika, respected invited guests who attend on site, Mrs. Irma Arlini Dewi, STP MIC, Head of Development Planning Research and Innovation Agency of Bogor City, Mr. Dadang Hermansa, Eskom MM, Head of Aptika Communication and Information Office of Bogor Agency, Mr. Muhyiddin Susanto, Eskom MSc, Head of Team Application Development of Bogor Agency, Mr. Dea Rahman ST, MSc, Head of BPSDMP, Ministry of Communication and Digital Jakarta, represented by Mrs. Dede Mahmuda, Head of General Affairs, and Mrs. Belina Ayurini, First Public Relation Officer. Mr. Hamdani Pratama, SHM Ecom, Head of BPPTIK Cikarang, Mrs. Eni Heni Hermaliani, MMM.Com, Treasury of Apticom Jakarta, Mrs. Nur Syamsiah M.Com, Treasury of Apticom Jakarta, Mr. Dr. Anton Susanto, SAMTI, Head of BPSDMP, Ministry of Communication and Digital Yogyakarta.
Respected keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Dr. Ahmad Nizar Hidayanto, Eskom MCom, as the keynote speaker from Universitas Indonesia. Hello, sir. Mr. Muhammad Nasrun MCom for the welcoming speech from IEEE Signal Processing Society Indonesia section. Mrs. Associate Professor Dr. Kurnia Ningsih, MT, for the welcoming speech, IEEE Indonesia Section Chair, Professor Si Jin Hong as the keynote speaker from National Taiwan University, Science and Technology, Taiwan, Professor Gerhard W. Weber as the keynote speaker from Poznan University of Technology, Poland. Dear esteemed attendees, a warm welcome to the International Conference on Advanced Information Scientific Development 2025, an international conference on artificial intelligence, advancing research and computational innovations for global welfare. It is an honor to have you all here today, representing countries from across the globe. We are truly delighted to gather in this forum of knowledge, exchange, collaboration, and innovation. We
Yanti Rosalina,
and Agus Priadi will be your host for today's event. Together with my co-host, we are here to guide you through an exciting and insightful series of presentations and exchanges. Let us start our program by honoring our distinguished speakers, participants, and all of you for your dedication and enthusiasm to be part of this global gathering. This conference is organized by Bina Sarana Informatika.
ladies and gentlemen, before we start our agenda today, let us bow our heads and be quiet for a moment to pray to God so that today's program can run smoothly. Pray begins. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need your attention, please, to stand up for those attendees here and those who are online to take a firm and solemn position because we are about to sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
Bang Yudi nggak nampak.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated.
For the welcoming speech and opening remarks, may we invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Wahyudi, MCom, MM, MPD, IPU, ICN Engineer, as Director of Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika, to say a few words to us and officially open this international conference 2025 as well. Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Wahyudi, MCom, MM, MPD, IPU, ASEAN Engineer. Please, screen is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Agus, Ms. Yanti. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Head of Foundation of Bina Sarana Informatika, Mr. Efriadi, and all staff. Honorable Chair of IEEE Indonesian Section and IEEE Signal Processing Society Indonesia Section. Distinguished Head, Keynote Speaker, Profesor Dr. Ahmad Nizar Hidayanto, MCom, from Universitas Indonesia. Terima kasih, Prof. Nizar sudah hadir. Profesor Dr. Si Jin Hong, National Taiwan University, Science and Technology, Taiwan. Profesor Dr. Gerard Wilhelm Weber, from Poznan University of Technology, Poland. Thank you for coming, Mr. Willy, Bang Willy. Invites guests, Ministry of Communication and Digital Region of Jakarta and Yogyakarta, Developing, Planning, Research and Innovation Agency of Bogor City, Communication and Information Office of Bogor Agency, Association of Higher Education and Informatics and Computer Science, Apticom. Honorable Vice Rector, Dean, Head of Study Program, Team and Departments, distinguished head, participant and audience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all and officially open the first 5 International Conference on Advanced Information Scientific Development, ICAISD 2025. We are truly honored to have such a distinguished head group of experts, scholars, and innovators with us today, both in person at Rectorate Building, Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika, Jakarta, Indonesia, and virtually through Zoom meeting application. This conference has attracted 119 participants from across the globe, and we are thrilled to engage in insightful discussion on the theme Artificial Intelligence, Advancing Research and Computational Innovation for Global Welfare. This year, this conference brings together 49 papers representing 8 countries: Indonesia, Iraq, Bangladesh, Philippines, Sweden, Brunei Darussalam, India, and Malaysia. This diversity of perspective and expertise here today make this conference so specially. We believe that such a global exchange of ideas will shape the future of artificial intelligence and its vital role in expand sustainability development in digital era. A heartfelt thank you to Head of Foundation of Bina Sarana Informatika for your continued support and vision, and all our university leaders, including our Vice Rector, Dean, Head of Study Program, Team, and Department, for their commitment and dedication to make this conference a reality. We also warmly welcome in our on-site participants from University Technology Brunei, National University of the Philippines, Universitas Serang Raya, Telkom University, Universitas Nusa Mandiri, Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana, Universitas Informatika dan Bisnis Indonesia, Universitas Bumi Gora, and Binus University, as well as all international participants joining online from the various parts of the world. This conference is not only an opportunity to present research, but also chance to engage, collaborate, and inspire one another. I encourage you to take full advantage of the discussion and networking opportunity over the next few days, and to deepen your understanding of how artificial intelligence can contribute to a more sustainability to future. Before I conclude, I would like to sincerely thank you everyone to involve in organization this conference. Your hard work and commit made it possible. We sincerely apologize for any shortcoming throughout the event. We would like to thanks to our colleague who support this conference. Number one, Association of Higher Education Informatics and Computers, APICOM. Number two, Association of Higher Education in Informatics and Computer Science of DKI Jakarta Provinsi atau APTICOM Provinsi Jakarta. Number three, Universitas Nusa Mandiri. Number four, Cyber University. Number five, Universitas Sumatera Utara. Number six, STIKOM Tunas Bangsa Pematang Siantar North Sumatra. Number seven, Universitas Raharja, and number 8, Universitas Teknologi Mataram, Lombok, Nusa Tenggara Barat. We look forward to coming you again in next year, 6th International Conference on Advanced Information Scientific Development 2026 with a new theme and even greater opportunity for collaboration. Once again, thank you for hearing information and participation. I wish you all success in and rich experience at this event. Good luck, and may you have wonderful this time international conference. Have great event, enjoy it. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof, for the speech and the opening remarks.
For a welcoming speech, may we invite Chief of IEEE Indonesia Section, Mrs. Associate Professor Dr. Kurnia Ningsih from State Polytechnic of Semarang to say a few words to us. The speech will be delivered by video.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika, distinguished speakers, respected participants, and esteemed colleagues, good morning. My name is Kurnia Ningsih. I'm currently serving as the IEEE Indonesia Section Chair and serving as the Vice Chair of Professional Activities in the IEEE Region 10, and also serving as the Committee of IEEE MGA IT and Coordinations and Committee of the IEEE MGA Ad Hoc on New Audience. On behalf of the IEEE Indonesia Sections, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 2025 International Conference on Advanced Information Scientific Development, which is hosted in Jakarta today and tomorrow. This year, IEEE Indonesia Section is proud to serve as the technically co-sponsor along with our esteemed partners IEEE Signal Processing Indonesia Chapter and Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizing committee under the leadership of the General Chair, Dr. Sumanto, sponsors and supporters. Your dedications and hard work have brought this important platform for knowledge sharing, collaborations, and innovation to life. I would also like to express my sincere appreciations to all speakers for your willingness to share your expertise and cutting-edge insight. And of course, I would like to extend my warmest thanks to all participants for joining us today. For those who may be new to the IEEE, the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers is the world's largest technical professional organizations, which has over 500,000 members in more than 190 countries, and also has more than 189,000 student members. Our mission is advancing technology for the benefit of humanity. IEEE leads in standard publications and conferences. Here in Indonesia, IEEE Indonesia section was officially established on 16 February 1988, and this year marks our 37th anniversary of empowering local innovations and global engagements. And as of 1st November 2025, our member reached 2,931 members, which is distributed all over Indonesia, almost 3,000 members. I'm truly privileged to lead the IEEE Indonesia sections this year, supported by passionate and committed executive committee. Our direction is shaped and strengthened by our esteemed advisory committee, who were the past IEEE Indonesia section chairs, whose visionary leadership continues to guide our growth and development. Currently, IEEE Indonesia section has 16 chapters and 6 joint chapters. And we are now having 44 student branches and 7 student branch affinity groups and 8 student branch under chapters. This year, our theme is Unity in Diversity, Bridging Cultures, Empowering Innovations. We focus on 7 strategic programs. First, integrating diversity, equity, and inclusion across all activities and partnerships. We strengthen collaborations between academia, industry, government, associations, and the wider community. We advance humanitarian technologies and promote impactful community service programs. We focus on improving the quality of IEEE conferences and publications in Indonesia. We support the professional development of students, ensuring a smooth transition into the global workforce. We reach new audiences by identifying underserved communities across geographics, professionals, and demographic lines. We also promote cross-organizational unit collaboration to expand our reach and impact. This year, 2025 International Conference on Advanced Information Scientific Development explored 5 areas: computer science, computer engineering and computer systems, software engineering, mobile multimedia, and signal processing and analysis. These 5 areas embodies IEEE missions to advance technology for humanity by emphasizing practical solutions in critical sectors, transforming industry, enhancing quality of life, and fueling innovations. The work you present and discuss here will have far-reaching impacts across many sectors. As the chair of the IEEE Indonesia sections, I'm truly excited to witness the exchange of ideas, the formations of partnerships, and the collective of innovation during this conference. Let us continue to collaborate, inspire, and lead as we advance technology for humanity together. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you today. I wish you a truly successful, productive, and memorable experience at this conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Professor Dr. Kurnia Ningsih.
For the next welcoming speech, may we invite Chief of IEEE Signal Processing in Society Indonesia section, Mr. Muhammad Nasrun MCom, to say a few words to us. Mr. Stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I think today is good and the day is clear. Okay. I hope you are also. Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Wahyudi, MCom, MM, MPD, IPU, Asian Engineering, as a rector of University Bina Sarana Informatika Indonesia.
Sir, excuse me. There is a microphone in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Honorable Bina Sarana Foundation as a representative, Mr. Epriyadi Salim. I think I'm wrong or not? Okay. Thank you. Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Wahyudi, MCom, MM, MPD, APU, Asian Engineering, as a rector, University Bina Sarana Informatika. And also, Honorable Dr. Diah Puspitasari as a Vice Rector Bina Sarana Informatika, and also Mr. Adi Supriyatna as a Vice Rector Bina Sarana Informatika, and also all the lecturer or the Civitas Academica Bina Sarana Informatika, specialist for Dean for Teknik, Mr. Rahmat Adi Purnama, and Mr. Agus Junaidi, Dr. Agus Junaidi, as a Director of Research and Community in Bina Sarana Informatika. Honorable keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Ahmad Nizar Hidayanto Eskom Ekom. Thank you for being keynote in this conference. I think you are give good knowledge to us today. And also other keynote speaker, Honorable Professor Xin Jing Hong, PhD from National Taiwan, and also Professor Gerhard Weber from Poznan University of Technology, Polandia. And also all participants, I think you are good. How are you today? I hope fine. Okay. This is the first time my chapter sponsor to this conference. On behalf of the Signal Processing Indonesia chapter, in my capacity as a chair, it is my honor and a privilege to welcome you to International Conference and Advanced Information Scientific Development ICAISD 2025, scheduled for today, November 4, 2025, at University Bina Sarana Informatika in Jakarta. This year, conference theme Artificial Intelligence, Advancing Research and Computational Innovation for Global Welfare underscores our collective aspiration to harness the transformative power of AI, artificial intelligence, and signal processing for the betterment of society. The track of signal processing and analysis in particular offer rich opportunity for the signal processing society community to contribute and engage, covering topics such as transport technique, audio, speech, image, video processing, biomedical, and neural signal processing, sensor array, and statistical methods, wireless communication signal processing, machine learning for signal, IoT, and smart system, as well as emerging topics. At the IEEE Signal Processing Indonesia chapter, we are deeply committed to promoting excellence in signal processing research, education, and professional practice in Indonesia and beyond. Our sponsorship of ICAISD 2025 as a technical partner is a reflection of this commitment to foster a synergy between academia and industry, to encourage high-quality contribution from young professionals and students, and to provide a forum for international collaboration. To all authors, presenters, and attendees, I congratulate you and your decision to participate. Your presence turn this event as a platform for sharing knowledge, exchanging idea, and launching new initiative that drive innovation in signal processing and allied field. To the organizer, Mr. Dr. Sumanto, and you are the team in the committee of this conference. Thank you for dedicated effort in preparing this stimulating conference. And I encourage you to take full advantage of the parallel session, the networking opportunity, and the vibrant technical program. Engage with the keynote speaker, the track chair, you peer from diverse background and geography, and explore how you work in signal processing can make meaningful difference in global welfare. Finally, I wish you very productive and enjoyable conference experience here in Jakarta. May ICAISD 2025 spark new research collaboration, deepen professional relationship, and inspire first idea, particularly in signal processing that will shape the future. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Nasrun, for the welcoming speech.
Dear attendees and all participants, it's time for us to have a photo session. Okay, so we are going to invite first, which one?
Vice Rector 2, Mr. Adi Supriyata MCom. Please go on stage, Mr.
And then we are going to invite the Honorable Sir, Dean of Faculty of Technique and Informatics, Mr. Rahmat Adipurnama MCom.
And
Please
also
join us
Mr.
on the
Nasrun.
stage.
Could you please go on stage for a while,
Mr.
please?
Professor Nizar and Mr. Nasrun
Professor.
and Ibu Purniani, is it right? Oh, Ibu Irma. Okay, sorry. Please join us on the stage here. Mr. Sumanto also.
Associate Professor Dr. Sumanto MCom.
All the deans, yeah. All the deans.
Sir, could you?
Please.
Okay.
Ibu Mrs. Anisti, please join us again. Join us here. Mrs. Silvana, Mrs. Sylvie, please join us.
Mrs. Sylvie, could you go on stage for a while, please?
Change our position.
We change our
here,
position.
Ibu, here with the participants.
The participant on the Zoom.
The participant. Ibu,
Okay.
Mrs. Anisti
We
here.
may,
Professor
stand up
Nizar. Okay, here.
behind the monitor
Mrs.
for a
Sylvie
while.
also here. So we are going to take a photo with the participant.
Okay, and all the participants, could you help us to stand up first to take the pictures together? Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, please stand up.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
The instruction from me, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now, okay, change your style. Boleh ganti gaya, Bapak Ibu. Gaya bebas. Okay. Thank you. That's it. Okay. Thank you, Bapak Ibu. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Give
and
applause,
Mrs.
please. Thank you very much for the participation.
Dear Dear participants, now let us take a short break and reconvene in 15 minutes. Please use this time to network and enjoy light refreshment. Thank you. We're going to break for 15 minutes. Enough, Mister. Okay. Oke, kita ada sesi break untuk 15 menit ke depan. Mungkin Mr., Mrs., dan semua partisipan yang hadir di aula bisa mengambil minuman yang ada di kanan dan di kiri posisi Mr. dan Mrs. sekalian. Okay, our refreshment break for a bit is 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please enjoy. On your left and your right side. Sebelah kanan dan sebelah kiri Bapak Ibu. Bapak cek kok. Yang terhormat Bapak Ibu, monggo kami persilahkan untuk bisa menikmati hidangan refreshment di sebelah kanan dan kiri, di sisi kanan dan sisi kiri Bapak Ibu semua. Terima kasih. Kita akan kembali dalam waktu 15 menit. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu.
Ojo menangis, ojo ngomong, kan kau jadi mas. Aku Kota baru gunungnya Bamega, Bamega umbak menampur di Salakarang, umbak menampur di Salakarang.
Sayang si pato ka matego tego gorokan. Sayang si pato ka matego tego gorokan. Sakomangemo nanam jauh mangemo milele.
Before we go on with the next agenda, we would like to invite Vice Rector 2, Mr. Adi Supriyatna MCom, and the Dean of Faculty of Technique and Informatics, Mr. Rahmat Adi Purnama MCom, and the steering committee, Mr. Associate Professor Sumanto, Mr. Dr. Sumanto MCom. Please on the stage because we are going to confer the certificate for
Mr.
Mr.
Nasrun.
Nasrun MCom.
Sir,
Please.
go on the stage for a while.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause, please. Thank you. Yes. This is the recognition from IBSI to Mr. Nasrun MCom. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Adi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adi, Mr.
Dan
Rahmat,
Mr. Sumanto, and of course, Mr. Nasrun.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Before we continue to our next agenda, perhaps we can say hi
We would like
to
to say
all
hi.
the participants
Right.
that join with us in the Zoom session.
Mhm.
Hello, everyone.
Who attend online?
Yes, so 10 online. Thank you so much for joining with
Yes,
our
right.
seminar today.
We forgot to say hi to
Yeah, we forgot to say hi from beginning. I'm sorry.
Hello. Hope you are doing fine there, and please prepare for the presentation. Don't forget.
Okay, in the several rooms, of course. Well, Mr. Agus will continue to our next agenda. I would like, what is it? We are going to the next agenda is the proceed of from you.
All right.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to continue with our conference and would like to proceed with our first session keynote speaker. Here is Professor Dr. Ahmad Nizar Hidayanto, Eskom MCom. Please, the stage is yours, sir.
Professor Dr. Ahmad Nizar Hidayanto is a professor at the Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Indonesia, UI, where he currently serves as the Vice Dean for Resources, Venture, and General Administrations. He earned his bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees in computer science, all from Universitas Indonesia. His research interests lie in the information systems area, particularly in e-government, e-commerce, IT adoption, and knowledge management. Dr. Hidayanto is a prolific researcher, having published more than 480 papers in international conferences and journals. This achievement has led him to be named one of the top 2% scientists worldwide in 2025. He has also served as a resource person for Indonesian government institutions, such as the Ministry of ICT. He currently serves as an editor for several national and international journals, and maintains strong research collaborations with scholars in Thailand, Taiwan, Australia, and the UK. Please warm welcome Professor Dr. Ahmad Nizar Hidayanto.
Where is my slide?
We're waiting for the slide, sir.
Okay, I'm waiting my slide. Where are my glasses? Faktor umur. Who is the operator? There. Okay. So I just ask them to next. Okay. Thank you. No, it's not my presentation. It's too technical for me. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Are you happy today? This is very cold here. Respected Rector, Pak Profesor Muhammad Wahyudi, and also Vice Rector, Pak Adi, and Dean, Pak Rahmat, and organizing committee, the chair, Pak Sumanto, and then the presentation of IEEE, Ibu Nia, and also Sectional Processing, Pak Nasrun. It's my pleasure, it's my honor to be here to present one of my preliminary works regarding Gen AI governance framework. So actually I am not too technical person. I already leave all technical aspect since about 10 years ago, and then I am right now is more focused on information system. So when Abu Dia told me, asked me to be keynote speaker in this conference, I say that, oh, I'm sorry, actually I'm not AI person, I'm AS person. But she said that, don't worry, we not only talk about technical, but also the AS aspect of AI. That's why today I'm going to talk about actually not my own, but me and my student work regarding AI, generative AI governance. Okay, next please. Okay, so this is actually the evolution of AI. You already know about in the verse development of AI, you have RPA, process automation, which is actually is very simple. Then you just to automate business process. Yeah, and then the second one, you also have traditional AI that I think all of you also have worked on it. For example, for prediction, for regression, and so forth. Okay, and then the third one is the most hype today. We have generative AI. I think you already use, for example, ChatGPT to help you in finishing your assignment, for example, for a student. Or me as a teacher also use Gen AI, for example, to create PowerPoint for my lecture, or even for my speech today, I also use the help of Gen AI. Okay, and then the latest one is the AI progress is about agentic AI. This is a kind of more autonomous system. Yeah, and then this is, I think you already know about all of this. Okay, next please. Okay, so today I'm not going to talk about agentic AI, the latest development of AI, but I think this is the moment of generative AI. Yeah, in the context of higher education, this is can be a tools that transform all activities in higher education. For example, for students, they can use Gen AI, for example, ChatGPT, to help them in finishing their assignment, or even actually we also use Gen AI every day, for example, to be our assistant. Yeah, this is quite common in the university. And then beside its benefit, yeah, actually people not concerned about the risk of using Gen AI. That's why me and my team actually getting interested and put emphasis about the AI ethic, for example, and also AI governance. Actually, AI ethic is quite common because our government also has issued some regulation regarding use of AI in the higher education. But AI is not only about AI ethics, but also about government, about policies, about process, and also about people, yeah, that you have to consider when you try to implement Gen AI in your university. Okay, next please. So this I will share some data about the use of AI. For example, when I have no, it's not for me, but one survey said that when you feel that Gen AI is excited for you, that of course the opportunity will open in the future. And interestingly, Indonesia is ranked in the second place, yeah, based on this data, that they're very excited in the use of Gen AI. So this is quite interesting compared to, for example, other countries such as Australia and France, UK, Sweden, US, developed country, that actually many people in Indonesia say that this is quite exciting to use Gen AI. But as, unfortunately, and you see the dark green, say that many of people in Indonesia actually do not concern about the impact of AI. This is actually the main problem in the use of Gen AI implementation in Indonesia. Yeah, people say that I'm interested in using Gen AI, but they don't concern about what is the risk of using Gen AI. So compared to people in developed countries such as Australia, UK, France, and so forth, they put more concern of the use of Gen AI. For example, if I adopt Gen AI, what is impact to our job? Do I will lose my job and replaced by AI? Or what? So actually this is the concern that we also need to think today. What is the impact, what's the risk of using a Gen AI? Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. And also when people ask about ChatGPT, is only for ChatGPT, and then Indonesia is quite also aware about of ChatGPT. The survey said that, do you aware about ChatGPT? And then more than 80% Indonesia people say that they aware about ChatGPT, and they 32% use ChatGPT for their activities. And however, you said that some reports say that usually free mentality of Indonesia is quite high. They want to pay about ChatGPT, so usually they use a free version of ChatGPT instead of using subscribe for ChatGPT for better performance. Okay, so this is so that actually Indonesia is quite a good market because they already know about ChatGPT. Okay, next please. Okay, and then in terms of AI maturity index, it's also interesting because our country is put in the ready stage of AI implementation. Okay, compared to countries such Thailand, which is still in the gradual practitioner, or Egypt, Pakistan, the also gradual practitioner. Indonesia is put in the rising contenders. So it means that Indonesia is already ready to use AI for their activities. And also in the y-axis or vertical axis, you see that Indonesia is considered still low in the implementation of AI. It means that the implementation of AI is still in only in small sectors. Compared to, for example, steady contenders that also already implement AI in the various sectors. So it means that we have opportunity to increase the use of AI implementation in the various sector in Indonesia. Okay, next please. Okay, and then if we see the market share of AI, you see that the biggest implementation of AI is in the BFSI. BFSI is mean banking, financial service, and insurance. So you can say that the sector that all the job AI, majority is in the banking, financial service, and also insurance companies. Yeah, compared to education, yeah, it's only, I think the education is got the smallest adoption of AI, see the gray, yeah, the gray color. This is set for education sector. Seems that although you already know about ChatGPT, Gemini, and so forth, actually the implementation of AI in education is still low. Yeah, because you know that the AI can be implemented in many ways. For example, I can use AI for personalization. Okay, in the for learning process, we can use personalization. We also can AI for grading, for example, as a teacher and so forth. But although we already use AI in various activities in higher education, the adoption is considered still low compared to other sectors. Okay, next please. Okay, so this actually, I can say that there is paradox of AI implementation. In one side, we can say that AI offer many benefits. For example, AI can enhance productivity. You, for example, can use ChatGPT to solve easily assignment from your lecturer. We as a researcher also can ask GPT, for example, to write a paper. Yeah, so it means that if I use AI or Gen AI properly, actually I can increase my productivity. Okay, and then also you can use AI for personalized learning to suit with your pace, your interest. Yeah, and then also can research acceleration, accessibility, and innovation. Yeah, but in the other side, the AI implementation also pose some risk. For example, academic integrity. How can you ensure that there is no plagiarism in the student assignment and bias amplification? How to ensure that AI don't pose any bias? For example, because for example, for recruitment, maybe the algorithm say that, I will recruit male rather than female. It's possible if you use bias data training. Yeah, and then for example, the third one is a privacy concern about, for example, you as administrative officer in the university put student data, name, maybe their GPA and so forth, which is actually is very confidential. It's a kind of privacy of the student, but use it. Put the data in the Gen AI to generate, for example, letter to support the student. So this is kind of privacy threatening. Yeah, as consequence of this of Gen AI, and also quality control, because Gen AI is also pose some hallucination, which is actually reality is not exist, but it seems that exists, the data exists. And also equity issue between the one that can access Gen AI also and the one that cannot access Gen AI. For example, we are in the Jakarta, so of course we have more access to Gen AI. But consider people in the outside of Jakarta on the three area tertinggal tertindas. You say even they don't have internet connection, and how they can also access Gen AI. So this will increase inequality, between the one that can access AI and the one that cannot access AI. So this is some of risks of the use of Gen AI in the higher education. Okay, please, next please. Okay, so this is some papers that highlight the key benefit and also key impact of Gen AI. For example, I have one paper that see the impact of Gen AI for student courses. And from this paper, our research show that AI can boost productivity and accelerate the learning curve for new employee. So this is the impact, the benefit of the use of Gen AI. But the other side, as I said, that they also the negative impact of Gen AI. For example, the research from Hauping et al. Say that AI can potentially reduce user cognitive effort and is associated with decreased critical thinking. So this is to be the main concern. Also, me as a teacher, as a lecturer, say that actually I'm not yeah, I'm not ask my student to not use ChatGPT or GenAI, but they should be used carefully because in the long term it can decrease student critical thinking. Whereas this is the most important skill in the fourth industrial era. You have to maintain your critical thinking. In addition, you need to have technical skill, but you also need to have a soft skill such as critical thinking, which is the most important aspect is critical thinking. Okay, next please. Okay, so based on our findings, is that actually we need a governance, a framework to regulate the AI or Gen AI implementation. And then this is why? Because we have in one set, we have benefit of AI, but in other set, we also the risk of AI, Gen AI implementation. So we need to balance between benefit and also risk. That's why we need a governance framework that can help me as management in university to help responsible, ethically, and also effectively the use of Gen AI in the university. That's why we need governance framework. However, if we see the literature, you know that not many research that already work on Gen AI framework, Gen AI governance framework. It means that there is a lack in the literature how people can develop Gen AI governance framework. So this is one of my small contribution in this university that I want to have. I want to develop Gen AI governance framework that hopefully it can be adopted by any university. That want to implement, want to develop their own Gen AI governance framework. Okay, so actually this is some, based on our literature review, actually there are 7 key ethical issues regarding the use of Gen AI. First one is about academic integrity and plagiarism. And I think you already know about what is plagiarism. And then second one, as I said, about bias and fairness, how you feel the fairness of when you use Gen AI. For example, my teacher grading my assignment by using Gen AI. Are you feel happy as student when you graded by Gen AI? Or you happy if your own teacher grade by themselves? Okay, so this is about bias and fairness. And then third one is data privacy and security, because you know that when you put a document or sensitive data in Gen AI, actually they can use, for example, ChatGPT can use it for data training. Okay, and then impact on critical thinking, as I said previously, and also authorship, intellectual property, and copyright. And when you use Gen AI to generate content, for example, to generate image, so who owns the authorship and who owns the copyright? Yeah, and then misinformation, hallucination, and deepfakes, and then environmental and labor impact. For example, most of employees said that they fear about losing of job and replacing by Gen AI. Okay, so this is 7 key issue in generative AI use. Okay, next please. Okay, so this is it's also one of our works, shaping generative AI from student perception. And the student also said that this is very important for university to establish AI governance. Yeah, and this is, I published it in 2025. And until now, I already got 27 citations. It's quite high for paper that published in 2025. It means that many researchers, my scholar, put their interest in Gen AI governance. because this is quite new topic, and then everybody want to have a framework or model that can be in university. So this why this is getting in attraction from many scholar. Yeah. Okay, next please. Okay, so this is I just give you some example, the real academic scenario of the use of Gen AI in the education. Okay. Okay, first one, automatic grading by lecturer. As I said, yeah, you know the number of students is quite high in some university. They have, for example, a large class with maybe more than 100 students. And for me, teaching is easy, but the hardest thing is grading student assignment and examination and so forth. So sometimes come in my mind, what if I use Gen AI to grade all student assignment and examination? Okay, so what is the risk of using this kind of Gen AI for student grading? Yeah. Okay, the problem first one is, as I said, about fairness. You as student, is it fair or not if your teacher grade your assignment, grade your examination using Gen AI? Are you happy? No, why? Okay, so maybe some people said, oh, I don't know how ChatGPT, for example, train, the training of ChatGPT. So is it fair for me if I use our own style, and do I will be great in the same level with my friends that use different style of writing, even though they actually convey the similar meaning, but sometimes for the same thing, you can convey in different sentences. So how AI treat this kind of differences in writing style? Okay, so maybe this pose of fairness problem. Okay, and then second one is accountability. And then who will be responsible for the grade? AI or teacher? Some people may, no, it's graded by AI, so supposed to be AI the one that's responsible to your grade. Actually not. Your teacher should be the one that responsible for your grade. Okay, and then this one is transparency. And how about the use of AI? Should be regulated, should be disclosed. For example, in some publisher, they already acknowledge the use of AI. Is it okay to use Gen AI for paper writing? But you have to disclose it in the acknowledgement. How you use Gen AI in the paper writing. For example, I use Gen AI to create idea. I use Gen AI to enhance my sentences. It's okay as long as you disclose it in the acknowledgement section. So this kind of transparency, the use of Gen AI. And then also pedagogical value. And then do you feel that if AI give feedback, the same with your teacher feedback? So this is actually a kind of pedagogical value. So this is some problems that occurs in the automatic graded by lecturer using Gen AI. And then of course Gen AI, and you have policy or use of Gen AI in this kind of task, grading student assignment and examination. Do teacher allow to use Gen AI to grade? Because if we can use Gen AI to grade student assignment, of course I'm very happy because I do another thing, just ask GPT, random give them rubric, and then okay, please grade all my student examination by using this rubric, and then you can go anywhere doing another job and so forth. So me as a teacher, of course, very happy if I allow to use Gen AI to grade my student assignment or examination. Okay, so this is the some problem that raised from governance question. Okay, next please. Okay, and the second one is from student perspective. You as student, for example, use Gen AI for writing assignment. Is it okay to use Gen AI? Given that actually, for example, publisher also okay, as I said, also okay to use Gen AI for paper generation, as long as they disclose about the role of Gen AI in the paper writing. And how about in our university? Is it okay if the student use Gen AI to create paper for their assignment? This is some question. We have no answers, I know. But it's actually, one question that may be relevant in the context of student when they have assignment related to paper writing. Okay. Okay, next please. Okay, and then third one is sensitive data in prompt. Yeah, as I said, for example, administrative in faculty, university, use student input student data to create a letter, for example, and then they put student data in the ChatGPT, for example. This is okay. And how about you, if you have grant from ministry, and then you put, for example, medical data into ChatGPT? Is it okay also to put their data into ChatGPT? And of course, we have PDP, Privacy Data Protection Regulation. Actually, we have to protect our student, for example, data. Yeah. So this is a kind of sensitive data in prompt that if we not carefully handle it, we may have a problem related to data security and breach. Okay. Next, please. Okay, so actually AI is not unethical, but the use of AI without governance is unethical. Yeah, we can say that actually technology is neutral, but you as the user may make it not unethical because maybe you use without any regulation. So that's why this is the motivation. That's why we need a governance framework of Gen AI use in the university. Okay. Okay, so this is actually what the concept of Gen AI. First one is AI governance presents systematic approach to ensure AI systems are developed and deployed in ways that are ethical, accountable, transparent, and aligned with organizational values and societal norms. So this is actually the definition of AI governance in generic. Yeah. And the component is comprised of policies framework, governance structure, operational process, and also accountability mechanism. So this is, if you can reflect to your organization, do you have all of this component? Do you have policy about AI use? Maybe you have. Do you have governance structure? Do you have unit in organization that handle AI use? Identify the risk, for example. Identify incident, collect incident from the university. If you do not have governance structure, it means that you still don't implement governance structure in your university. Third one is about operational process. To AI system selection, risk assessment, implementation, monitoring, audit, and continuous improvement. Do you have all of these processes? Okay. And the third one is accountability mechanism. Clear assignment of responsibilities, document requirement, and informed procedure that ensure compliance and enable learning from incident. So actually this is the four key component of AI governance. Yeah, about policy, about governance structure, of processes, and accountability mechanism. And I bet all of us, including my university, don't have complete component of AI governance. Maybe we have only one ethical standard, ethical guideline, but we don't have governance structure, we don't have operational process, also don't have accountable mechanism. So this is the like a component in the majority of university regarding AI governance. Okay. Okay, and then this is core principle of AI governance. First one, as I said, about fairness, accountability, transparency, and explainability. The user should know that how AI generate their decision. Yeah, this is also AI explainability. So this is core principle of AI governance: fairness, accountable, transparency, also explainability. Okay, next. Okay, and then from my perspective, actually, we have two intersection concept. First one is about governance, and second one is about management. As actually, some people say this is interchangeable, but actually, this is two different concepts. If we talk about governance, it's actually about strategic direction. As I said, about policies, about decision-making structure, and so forth. But the other one about management is to ensure how you can, how to ensure that AI implementation is achieve the goals. Okay, for example, how can I maximize, get a maximal benefit of AI implementation? So this is the goal of management. So actually, we have many people are only concerned about management, but they forget they also need to consider about the statistical aspect of AI, which should be part of AI governance. Yeah. Okay. Okay, and then actually when we try to develop the framework, we can have some benchmark, for example, from UNESCO, AU AI Act, or ACDA principle, or Singapore Model AI Governance Framework. Actually, when me and my student try to develop the framework, we also learn from this kind of best practices from countries and government. Okay. So far, I'm talking about AI governance. How about Gen AI governance? Do you have similarity between AI governance and Gen AI governance? Should be different because AI and Gen AI have different characteristics. For example, if we talk about Gen AI, the power of Gen AI is about content generation. You can create any kind text. You can generate image and video, for example, as the power of Gen AI. Okay, so compared to other AI, for example, when I use AI for prediction or classification, maybe only concerned about the accuracy of the system. But now, because we use AI for to generate content, it means that one of the risks is hallucination. Yeah, so this is the main characteristics of generative AI is they can pose risk of hallucination. So that's why we need another framework for Gen AI governance. Yeah. Okay. Next, please. Okay, so in the context of governance, my field, information system, the most common is about IT governance. You already know about COVID. Yeah, this is very quite common that has implemented in the many organizations. They have COVID as part of IT governance, and also recently we also concerned about data governance. And our government also, SPB also imposed the use of data governance because they realize the value of data. And we know that many organizations still have poor data quality. So that's why we need data governance. Okay, and then the third one is we have AI governance, as I said. This is also quite new. People say that because I implement AI in my organization, that's why I need AI governance. And the last one is we also have generative AI governance. This is more specific than AI. This is focused on when you use AI, to generate content, then you need a generative AI governance. So basically, the foundation of Gen AI governance is you also already implement IT governance, you also already implement data governance, and also implement AI governance in order to have transparent, fair, and trustworthy AI implementation. Okay. Okay, so actually, yeah, I can put all of this concept about governance into a diagram like this. First one, if you want to implement Gen AI governance, you have to implement IT governance to ensure that you have proper infrastructure, proper application. Yeah, because when we talk about Gen AI governance, it's not necessary to use Gen AI. Some people say that I need not a public LLM. I need more private LLM to train by ourselves, that we can consider this is quite safe compared to use public LLM such ChatGPT. Okay, so this, when you try to invest, for example, private LLM, it means that you have to invest computing power, GPU, and so forth. It's not cheap, it's very expensive. You know that, for example, NVIDIA, the cost is about 10 billion rupiah for only one machine, NVIDIA. Okay, so this means that if you have invest a lot of money, you also need to make sure that you will get benefit from it. Okay, and then second one is about data governance. I said that this is quite important in AI because AI is not working without data. Use data for data training, right? Okay, so if imagine if you use poor data quality to train AI, and what is the result? Maybe you will not get accurate result. Okay, and then as I said, the third one is AI governed contribution, because the foundation is AI. You need to have ensure that algorithm quality auditing, bias detection, model validation, fairness metric as contribution AI governance. And the fourth one is Gen AI governance focus, which is to ensure to reduce the risk of hallucination. Okay, so this is actually the synergy map across governance layers in the organization. Okay, next please. Okay, and then this is some Gen AI ethic and readiness challenges, limited AI or Gen AI literacy. Yeah, for example, my friend from Melbourne Uni asked me to help her in recruit new PhD student. When she showed me the proposal, it's very good, very interesting. Oh, this is so that the proposal is very, very good, and my friend is interested to accept him as her student. But when we interview, it seems that he doesn't know anything about the proposal. He always type to the computer. We conduct online interview. So he is Indonesia and my friend in Australia, and I'm in my campus in Depok. He always see the keyboard and typing and need a lot of time to answer the question of my friend. So my friend said, Nizar, can you help me to translate my question to him? Okay, then we conclude that actually I bet that he used Gen AI to generate the proposal. So actually this is one of one of risks of AI. And image data infrastructure also the common problem when we use AI. Yeah. As I said, that low data quality is a problem in Indonesia, not only in government but also in the private sector. Okay, and the resource constraint is because when you use AI, it means that you need a lot of computing resources. It's not which is very expensive, and then also absence of national framework. That is why I and my team want to contribute in developing national framework for Gen AI governance. Okay. I think this is my last slide. Okay, so this is actually just still our initial draft of Gen AI governance, and we come up to the 5 component: policy, people, process, technology and data, and also ethics. So this is just my initial draft. We still need to do expert judgment for validation, because actually we still not have the full component. What is the component of policy? What is the content of people? What's the process? Actually, I still don't have any definition, and we still more have to do more research, yeah, to fill all of this component, and hopefully in the next year I can finish my research and I can share my research to all of you. Okay, so this is just the end of my presentation. Okay, thank you very much and good luck for everybody that will present their paper today. And also this is only my small contribution. Hopefully it's useful for you and your organization. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Nizar, for the enlightening presentation. So it's better for us to use AI wisely, and knowing that ethics is very important when we use Gen AI.
Yes,
Right,
precisely.
sir. Yep. I'm sure that it has sparked many ideas and discussion.
Yes,
Right.
of course.
Right.
That's the interesting topic, isn't it? Yes, AI is nowadays is,
Especially for you,
yes, for me.
currently taking.
Yes, I'm taking many research about AI also. Well, okay, Mister. Before we move on the next agenda, I would like to remind everyone that the conference will include a question and answer session after the presentation, of course. So please feel free to write down the questions via chat box, or you may have the interactive session where you have the chance to engage directly with our speakers. Now let us move on to our second keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Si Jin Hong, PhD.
Professor Shi Jin Huang is currently a chair professor in the Department of Computer Science and Information Engineering at Asia University. He received his PhD in computer science from National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. His research interests include deep learning, biometric recognition, multimedium, image processing, and information security. Professor Huang is a prolific researcher, having published more than 300 research papers. He has received numerous awards, including the Distinguished Research Award from the National Science Council in Taiwan, the Outstanding IT Elite Award, and the Best Paper Award from IEEE Transactions on Industrial Informatics. Previously, he served as a chair professor and department head at the National Taiwan University of Science and Technology, and as dean of the College of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science at National United University. He also worked at AT&T Bell Laboratories early in his career. Please warm welcome Professor Shi Jin Huang.
Hello, Professor Hong. Are you there?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Okay, Prof. Stage is yours.
Yeah. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you, Prof.
I can hear you.
Okay.
It's
We-
audible.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Would you please speak louder, Prof?
Okay, I should be more close. Okay, yeah. So can you hear now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And now, so can I share my screen?
Yes, sure, Prof. Could you please
Okay.
wait a second? This one, Prof?
So can you see this one?
Yes.
It's okay. So can you see this one?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for the introduction. Yeah, okay. Now I will give my talk about the, just as I put at the title here. But as you can see here, these titles include two parts. One is the state of removal, and the second part is the primary recognition. The first part, I will say the both part were furnished in my students. The first one is from Mr. Zhang, and the second one is from Dr. Van, and when I was in NTUSD before. And then, okay, now Dr. Zhang is working in an industry company, and then I said that Dr. Van is also working in the Asian University. Okay, so I just will just follow the outline here. I first will introduce why I want to do such a research, and then I will introduce why some of the data artificial will be used in the purpose algorithm. Yeah, and then I will give you the person method. I will show you some of the experimental results in this research, and then following the experimental research, I just want to show you some of the application. You can use this one to recognition. Okay, yeah. So that's what we want to discuss in this research here. And then I will give you the conclusion remarks here. So first we go to the introduction here. So as you can see here in the left-hand side, right? You can see, there's some you can see the status in the front or the face of the girls here. And also there's a status fragment. Suppose you want to train a system to recognize the human identity, you can see this could be the noise data. And also the status can affect the face here. And suppose you want to train to identify, or you can do the for a classification, like those for the carry sentiment, just let the first sensing. That means, suppose if the incoming data is not so good, that could be during the training the models, you probably, could be just a result that comes in and comes out. Sometimes, the models cannot converge. So, the clean data is very important to do such a training. I know that somebody will say, okay, I will be emphasized on the models, but I know model is very important, but the data is also quite important compared to the models here. So look here, suppose we can say, okay, I want to do the first recognize here, the right hand side here, no problem. You can recognize the girls, no problem. But the left hand side, you can see there's shadows in front of the girls here, right? So probably the first recognizer could be here. Okay. And also, sometimes we can say something, like for the autonomous driving, like in we say like Waymo in Los Angeles in USA, or the Rocket taxi in Manhattan in a major city like in Shanghai, Peking. That's what you can just call taxi, and then you can use this taxi to go to your destination. But the taxi there is no driver. Okay, yeah. How can they can do such a thing? Because they have good obfuscation algorithm. Okay, but as I just show you here, in the left hand side, the bottom here, right? You can see the motorcycle here, but actually there's a shadow here. It's so big, so sometimes this shadow can affect the body size here. So sometimes it can literally autonomous driving could be cause some problems. Okay. And also in the right hand side here, right? You can see during the night, probably the lighting is so compressed that it's quite hard to identify the object. Suppose if there's no other sensor like the data or any other sensor to detect the object, this could be an accident, during the car storming in the street. Okay, yeah. So look here, I just show you some of the hard shadows in these four photos here. You can see here, right? The first thing you see here is quite, you can see the picture here could be so bright, okay? And then the shadow here is so dark. And also you can see here, you know, it could be for say this thing, right? But how we need to identify, is this shadows or this is a self? It's hard to identify, right? And also in the bottom here, okay, the shadow is here and the corridor is here, right? Like you can see, there's some shadow here, then it's also, you know, it could be so hard to identify the shadow in the setting, okay? And also it goes, it's under the tree, and the leaves, the shadow is put on the face here. So, you know, in such case, how I want to emphasize here is means, you know, suppose you want to remove the shadows for this hard image here. Due to the image, I will say the pixel value are quite different. So it could be so hard to do that, okay? So now I give you some of the similar parameters to relate to the shadow removal here. Okay, I give you the hedging parameter and the super resolution parameter here. So, you know, for the shadow removal parameter, you can see here the input here, right? There's a image with a shadow here, and after a series of operations, the finally you can get the picture here without shadows, and then for the dehedging, you can see in the left hand side, you can see the options are clear, but after a series of operation, because this one is okay. The drawing you can see, okay, the photos is with a high image quality. Okay, the operation here, okay, and also you can see the left side is low resolution image here, and after series operation, we can get a beta, or we can say a beta quality images here, right? So you know, these three probably just try to translate what I say is low quality image from the left hand side, and then output a good quality, or how we can say is a high quality image. Yeah, and also they use almost the same approach. Okay, that's why I just put it here to give you some of the relationship for these three parameters here. And further research purpose in this topic here, I just want to say, you know, I want to enhance the shadow recovery. How to do that? You know, this is shadow here, right? In this non-shadow area. And then we use the same. I know everybody knows the same, but the same is generally a model to be used to do the segmentation. So we use the same to do what? Just try to identify, okay, which part is the shadow and which part is non-shadow. Okay, and then we just want to decoupling. We just want to decouple between both of them. But you know, as you can see here, suppose now I can get the shadow mask here, right? But you can see the boundary between the shadow area and non-shadow area here. You can see, wow, the edge here is quite sharp. So you know, you must have way to smooth. Okay, we must have way to smooth the boundary between shadow and non-shadow area, and that's the important part of doing such research. And also, you know, because, you know, just as we want to know what's going on with the shadow area and non-shadow area, is there any relationship between both of them? So how to do that? We can use the same attention. Okay, so that's the second part that we want to emphasize on this kind of research. Okay, and the final one is, you know, suppose you propose an approach to do such a shadow removal, right? How do you know that your method is good? How do you know your architecture is the best? So we must do some testing, right? And the testing should be just use a series of image, and then we can use these images comes just value in 19 in the background. So you must. I mean that we are to test this system as large as possible. Okay, yeah. So now, further related action that we want to use to our output here. So first one, we use the unit. As you can see, the unit consists two parts, right? One is the folder place, and the other one is just we say the backward place. For the folder place, just to extract the features, okay, for the input, and then do the downsampling. But as you can see, during downsampling, the image quality is from higher and then lower again. Okay. I suppose if you do the big order place, and if you want to just do the upsampling, okay, as you can see, the low image quality here, and when you do the upsampling, you can get a better image quality. And how can we just to improve such a thing? It's easy. Just use the connection to do what? When during the big order pace here, right? You just to combine the upward, okay, which is upsampling features to the corresponding high resolution features during the forward pace. Okay, yeah, because then you can get the precise localization for the image data, and also we can enhance the image clarity using unit. Okay. So other unit, as you can see, I think just as the previous keynote speaker say about the right? Yeah, actually, okay. The transformer was created by the Google engineers in 2017 in the NIPS conference. Okay. And the transformer already just used to do the sequence-to-sequence transformation. Okay, just as you can see, you can use this one to do the Indonesian to Chinese. We can use this to do the Indonesian to English. And also, Open AI use the transformer to do what? To just to create a ChatGPT, right? Just as now everybody uses ChatGPT. Okay, yeah. But instead of just the sequence-to-sequence transformation, okay, the transformer can be used to other applications. Okay, you can use this one to do the image classification. You can use to do the object like detection, like the pedestrian detection, vehicle detection. So many operations here. And also, you can use this one to do the station localization in medical image. This one is very also important. Okay, and also you can use the transformer to do the image segmentation. Not already discussed the transformer in the data size. Okay, and also you can use the image generation such as Gen AI, right? But actually, you can use the diffusion model. But the diffusion model is based on the transformer. Okay, and also you can use this transformer to do the settlement as we discussed in this research here. Okay. And first of all, I will see the transformer here, right? Just as we say, okay, the transformer, why we use this one? Because if you use the VIT, okay, the vision transformer, it's used the global save attention. You must use so much money, just as the previous speaker say, okay, it is quite costly, you must pay so much time and so much money. Okay. But anyway, so the other is just use the swing transformer just to what? You can use, okay, this one to layer by layer, but when you go to this layer, you just do the downsampling, okay. So, but how can you to get the innovation of the global? Just use the shift window, okay, operation here. So that means, for each layer, there is a PO box. One is this box for the local window. The other box is used for the shift window attention. And then you can just use the both of them to get the local features and the global features using these shift windows, okay. But you can see here, for the why you use this architecture, because, in the high level here, you can get the small object, but in the lower level, you can get the larger object. That's the basic advantage in the swing transformer. And also, you don't need to pay so much time the computation time, okay. And then, because, the swing transformer uses cyclic shift. So another one is the default transformer, because, it's so compressed, okay. So you just use the reflection appeared here. So using the CRISPR, you don't need to use the mask multi-head save attention mechanism. Just use what we say the code, use the multi-head save attention here. It's so simple. Okay, so that's in this case we use the dehaze hormone in our research. Okay, yeah. So now I come to the same. The same is a general architecture here, right? It consists two major components. One is an encoder, and the other one is decoder. And the encoder consists two parts. One is for the image encoder, just for the incoming image, right? You can get the image pictures using the image encoder, and also you can use the point encoder to get the points like the points and the bars for the specific UAA that you want to do that. Okay, and also you can give the mask here. Okay, so that's the encoder for the slave here, and then the mask, the decoder is what? Just to generate the accurate mask for the output. Okay, then here, right? You can see this mask, you can get the scissors of the photo scissors here. And only part of scissors here in the second image here, the second output here. And then this one is just only a small part here, okay? But I was saying here, we can use the same to do segmentation. We can use the same to find out the shadow mask. We can do that. But, we must do some of the processing. That means, how do we use the same to get the output here, right? Then we know. Because, for the shadow area, the brightness in the saturation is quite so low. So, we can do some of the process. Okay, suppose, this area, you can see, okay, the brightness is so low and the saturation is so low. And they go, okay, this is shadow here, okay. So that's why we can use this one to do to get the shadows using the same. But same is the general architecture, right? So, but we just want to do such a thing. This is the shadow image, right? The shadow is here in this non-shadow area. So we just want to get this mask. But if you use the same here, you probably cannot get the correct mask here. So how to do that? It's easy. We use this as the same adapter. How do we say that? That means, as I mentioned here, right? Because the vision transformer consider 12 up to 32 layers. So as we can see here, we just to insert adapter between 2 layers. Okay, we can put is here, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Then we have made an adapter here. Then we can do what? We just use our data set. Okay, this data set is created by us. Okay, so we can use the shadow image and the non-shadow image all together, right? To retrain the same adapter. That means during the training, we just freeze, okay, the original, the same, the weights here. What we want to modify is the adapter here. Then how do we retrieve this same adapter? Then this adapter can help us to find out the really mask here. So that's what we want to do in this part, okay? So what's our proposed method here? Before, if I introduce my proposal, I will give you the data set here, okay? Because what? We must have a data set. Okay, I use the ISTD data set. This one is an open data set, okay? It consists of 1830 triplets. That means the first one is the shadow image, okay, here. And then the second one is the shadow mask, okay? And the third one is the shadow full image here, okay? You can see, yeah, this triplet is here, right? But now, as you can compare, okay, we say, okay, this is shadow image, right? This is shadow. And this is ground truth here, right? And you can see the ground truth here, this non-shadow area here, right? You can see the brightness in this area is a little darker, right? This is a little brighter here. So that means this, there's some of the pixel value difference. Because what? Because these two images were created in different times. So we must do some of the correction. So how to do that? We just use the shaded image here in the original grounded image to find out the relationship between these two images. When we get the parameter A and B. And then we can use the parameter A and B to transform the original GT image from here to this one. Okay, this one is the bright or first is more correct image here. Now you can compare the light here, right? The area here and the area here, it looks so similar, right? But this is from vision, okay? But suppose that we can use the RMSE, do the mean square error to see. Or suppose you don't do the correlation, okay? The RMSE is quite high, it's about 12.9. But after we do such a correction, it reduces 2.9. So it's quite better, okay? Yeah. So now it's come to our system architecture here, okay? Yeah, that means the original, okay, the data side, the input is a shadow image, okay? The image here, there's a shadow, okay? Then, because we use the same adapter, right? This is trained by ourselves, okay? Then go to the same adapter. Then it can create the right correct data mask here, okay? And we can use the data mask to do what? We can divide the original, we say the shadow image into 3 images. One is the foreground image. You can see the foreground here, right? And also you can use a gradient to get the greater bit for the edge here. So we can get the edge area for this image, okay? And also we can multiply this shadow area with the alpha value here and then multiply to the originally shadow image here. You can create the shadow image, the shadow area, okay? So that means, originally there is only one image, right? Then after we get the shadow, we get the mask here, we can divide obviously this image into 3 images here. One is foreground, and the second one is edge area, and then the third one is the shadow area. And then we go through different pages here. One is we just go through a series of convolution, okay? Then, as you can see, you can get the feature maps here and also here and here. Then you can use these 3 feature maps into one feature maps, okay? And then after we can get this one, we can go through the unit, okay? But I will discuss the state of fusion in the data size, okay? And then this huge features that goes to unit to that. We just want to use this one to do the downsampling, and then we want to do the upsampling, and during the downsampling must do the page matching between 2 transformers. Here, the transformer is the DH transformer, okay? And then during the upsampling here, we must use the page expansion, okay? And I will also discussing about the page matching and the page expansion in this slides, okay? Yeah. So first of all, we come to the state of fusion mask here. I say, okay, the originally shadow image is created into 3 images here by the same attempted, right? So after this one, we can just to compute, okay, which is merge this one into the feature maps to do what? We want to use the global ABC pooling. That means, suppose we have D channels here, right? We can create this one about 1 by D vector here. Then do what? We want to do the channel save attention, okay? We want to know which entry is more important, okay? And then go through a series of operations, and finally we come to the sort maps to do what? We just divide, okay, the originally channel coefficient, importance, okay, into 3 parts. This part is for the foreground area, and the second part is for the edge area, and the third part is for the shadow area. Then to follow, because it is done by the system, right? So the importance is just the coefficient here. So you can multiply this channel value to the original foreground area, and then to multiply this vector to the edge area, and then so on. Okay, and out of that you can use together, right? These 3 image fusion map is put here. So after you create this one, right? This output can be used as well. You can use this one as an input to the unit here, right? It is to the unit as an input here. Okay, yeah. So I think everybody knows the transformer. Okay, I will skip this one. And then we go to the page map because I see during the unit, we want to do the downsample, right? So we just use the 2 conversion to shrink the original HW multiply C to half the resolution, right? So it becomes half H, half W, and double 2C here. Okay, that's usually we say the page matching. And this one is the page extension. I just do the reverse rate. Okay, so I will skip this one because during such a expansion here, you can just expand the HWC to the 2H2WC. I think it's quite simple here. Okay, yeah. So now we come to those functions we use in our system. Those functions is so simple. Okay, we use the one function here. This is the Guangzhou, okay. The Guangzhou, and this is the output, okay. That means we just compare, okay, for each pixel, how much the Guangzhou the pixel value here, and then the output value or the corresponding pixel here, and we can get a difference, okay. And then during training, we just want to add on those as low as possible, okay. So that's so simple. Yeah, so we come to the experimental result here, okay. As I give you the details, we just to restrict our image size to be 256 by 256, and we also use the Adam W optimizer, and I give you the number here, the bit size, and the aperture here. Okay, yeah. So, you can just want to measure, okay, how good the system is. Usually, we should provide some basic. One is the structural similarity in this, okay, and it's defined by this here. And this, suppose X and Y are two images, right? If their structural similarity is quite similar, then this should be close to 1, okay? Yeah. So as we can see, we just put some of the previous research here. One is mask-based and the other the mask-free. And ours is going to the mask-free category here. Because for the upper row here, during the mask we want to do the state removal, we must provide a mask to the system. But in the mask-free, you don't need to that. Like in our system, we don't need to provide any mask to the system. Okay, the mask is created by same adapter. Okay, just as I mentioned. Okay, yeah. So then we can compare. Okay, in the saddle area and also non-saddle area or both altogether. Okay, and we want to get the SSI I made here, so you can see our approach is the best. Okay, in the saddle area. And for the non-saddle area, we are the second best, okay. But for all, we are the best, okay. And another one is the we can use the Rubin square error to do such a magic, okay. We can also compare this one, okay. For the saddle area, we are the this the value here, we are the best one, okay. But for the non-saddle and all here, okay, we are the second best, okay. Yeah. Now I give you some of the image using our approach and other approach to do such as saddle removal here. Okay, look here. Here the left corner is the input image. Okay, and the right side here is the output. Not output, it's the ground truth image here. Okay, that means there's no saddle. Okay, there's a saddle. Okay, yeah. But I just give you just only 3 existing approach like the DC same saddle net and auto exposure, blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah. But you can see, okay, I only show that, I just give you the explanation of the last row here, okay. Yeah. So the input here, you can see they said here, right? But you use this saddle net here, you can see it's almost still there, okay. But you can use the auto exposure here, okay. The saddle is improved, okay. It's almost disappeared. And then you can use name here, or it's improved a bit, okay. Yeah. But in our method, right, the saddles almost disappear compared to the ground truth here, okay, yeah. So now, because, during the research here, we sometimes want to say, okay, why? Which part is most important in your approach, okay? We know, because the same adapter and the saddle fusing are 2 major parts created by this research, okay? So we just do, okay, suppose, if you don't use the saddle fusing, and what's going on if you don't use the same adapter? Is the saddle, the RMC value is increased? Okay, you can see. Suppose if you don't use the saddle fusion, okay, the RMC is increased a little from 5.2 up to 5.6. But if you don't use the same adapter, it's quite worse, okay? It's increased to 6.4. But this is just a value, right? I can give you the photos here, okay? This is our approach, okay? We use both the same adapter and the saddle fusing here. We can see, it's quite clear, and there's on the shadow. But here, this one, right? Without use the same adapter, you can see, still saddle is here, right? Saddle is here, okay? The second, it use the saddle same adapter, but without fusion, okay? You can see the summer saddle look here. You can see the saddle, right? And also the saddle here. But even worse, then all the saddles will be disappear. Okay? Yeah. So we can just show you this with some of the photos here. Okay. Yeah. So now I give you a summary result in this research paper. Okay. Yeah. You can see. Okay. The long-term saddle, the saddle is removed. The paper saddle, the saddle is removed. And guys here, right? This saddle is removed and blah blah blah. Okay. Yeah. And also, there is a pipe here, right? The pipe is here, the saddle is here, the saddle is removed. And the trees here, the saddle is removed, right? I say, okay, this one is a hard saddle, right? The saddle is also removed, okay, yeah. And also you can see here, the beard here, okay, the saddle here, right? The saddle is removed. And then as you can see, the saddle is quite serious here, right? Then after that, we can get if we do modular shadows, okay, you can see the object more clearly, okay. And this one is similar to this one, right? Out of modular shadows and all object look so clear. Yeah, so that's why we just show you some of the experimental result using this image, okay, yeah. So now I give you, okay, some of the photos here, you know, because originally could be, this could be just for the, probably you can see for the tree or the house here, right? How about if we use the human, okay? You can see, okay, for the human body here, right? The if the shadow is removed, okay? And this baby here, right? The shadow is removed here, okay? Yeah. And now young man here, right? The shadow in the right hand side is removed, okay? And this one, the papa, you can see the shadow is removed, okay? Yeah. But okay. But you can see this one, right? Grandpa is here, right? But the shadow is so compressed, okay? And then the shadow area is removed, but still shadow is there, right? But it's a little lighter, okay? A little lighter, okay? Yeah, anyway. So, you know, now we want to apply this shadow remove algorithm proposed in this research, right? To the palm bean recognition. Okay. Here, you know, I just first, because I want to use this one to do the multimodal. Okay, but you know, I introduced the first image here. Okay, you can see here, the girls here with a mask, right? And then some of the mask with different mask here, right? But I just want to say, suppose, you know, if a face here without a mask here, and the force rejection could be just 0.3%, quite low. But if you use a mask here, right, it will increase the force rejection rate from 5% up to 50%. It depends on the area nose is a carbonate. We look at this one, right? The nose is not carbon, okay. But this one, nose almost carbon, okay. Nose almost carbon. And you can see in this case, you know, the force rejection rate could be so high, okay. Yeah. So, and then for the palm shadow image here, right? Look here, all the palm here is so quite clear, right? But you know, this palm, there's a shadow here. And then more serious shadows here. So, you know, in these two palm here, you know, the system could be have a higher force rejection ratio, okay? So, you know, in that case, supposing now is okay, now how can you to train a system such that the system can recognize when a man with shadows with a mask or not? It can accept, suppose I don't wear a mask, then you can recognize me. If I wear a mask, then the system can recognize me, okay, yeah. Then as you can do that, then you must together the data set, right? But you know, it's hard to get the face with mask in public, okay? In that case, we must do the synthetic face mark by ourselves. So how to do that? We just go through the system here. First one, you know, we use the face landmark detection to get the key position of the face here, right? And based on this one, we can get the theater of the face, and then we can also find the suitable mask here. Yeah, is this found a little left or it did right? Okay. After it based on the theater or image of the face here, then we can get the correctly mask, and then we can walk this mask to the face, and then put this one to the face, and then we can assess the some brightness. Okay, yeah. So all these analysis, you know, originally this is the face, right? And after this series of the operations, we can create a face with mask. Well, that's, you know, because we want to train the system. Yeah. So, but for the palm shadow, you know, because we don't have the fixed set like a mask, right? So, you know, the shape could be in different shapes. So we know we just use the random shape generator to create a shadow here. And then we also have the hand database. We have the hand here, right? And also we have background database for the background here. Okay, examine here, right? And then we use this three database to collect or to synthesize the what do we say is the palm mean with the shadow here, right? And this is a palm mean with a shadow. This we can just do the pair, right? We can pair by this one. Okay, then that means we can use this to expand our data set. Okay, Because what? It's hard to get this the Pangmin shadow in public. It's quite impossible. Okay. So now how can we to apply our method to remove shadow from the Pangmin shadow here? Look here. This is the originally the Pangmin shadow here. This is input, right? And then we use the input to our methods as I proposed before, right? Let's go to the same adapter and then create the mask here and then divide the original Pangmin shadows into 3 images: the foreground, the edge area, and then the shade area, and then go through 3 databases, right? And then we use these 3 databases into image pack here, okay? And then go through the unit, okay? And out of unit, we can create the Pangmin image here without shadow, okay? You can look here, right? You can look here, there's no shadow, okay? So that's what I say. We can apply this one to remove the shadow on the Pangmin image, okay? Yeah. You can use this one to do the same thing for the face with mask, okay? Anyway. So now we apply this one to the multimodal biometrical recognition. Why we actually do such a thing? Because instead of using only one single model, we can combine several models together. Like, in this paper, we combine the face and then the Pangmin together, okay? And then, just as I mentioned, right, you can use the Pangmin shadow remote to remove the shadows from the Pangmin image here, right? And out of that, we can get the feature information, okay? And then, for the above here, for face mask, you can also use this one to remove the mask, okay? And then out of that, we can get the first features, okay? And out of these 2 feature maps created, we can fuse all together, right? And this fuse feature maps can go to the fuse feature recognizer, okay? And then you can create a system to recognize the human, okay? For the human and also the Panghi, okay? But the original face recognizer can be also used to do that, to raise the face here, okay? And also you can use the original Pangmin recognizer to recognize the Pangmin without the shadow, okay? Yeah. So that means in this system we have 3 outputs, okay? Then how can we make a final decision? It's easy. We use the majority vote, right? We use the majority vote to make the final decision, okay? Yeah. So now we come to the conclusion here, okay? So look here, I want to say that because during the shadow removal, okay, I say you can use the vision transformer to do that. But if you do that, then you must pay so much computation time. Or otherwise, you must to get a beta GPU, okay? The GPU could be so expensive. So, like in the academic, we don't have so much money, right? So in that case, we must try to use other way. Just as I mentioned here, right? We use the Haze transformer. And also we use the same adapter, okay? The purpose just to what we want to do, reduce the computation overhead compared to what we use using the vision transformer, okay? And then the next one is we want to enhance the data set diversity. As you can see, the shadow here, just as I give you, right? For the face, okay, you can use the mask, okay? But anyway, if there's any other way, you can just to combine the face and some of the other approach to create a mask, then you can create different kind of the face with mask. That's very important. And also for the shadows in the Pang image here, right? Just I give you just only the way that we have proposed in this research. You can use other synthetic way to synthesize your data set. But because of what? Just as I said, right? You must train your system. the trains, when you want to train your system, your data set should be as large as possible. And also the visibility of your data set is also should be verified in different lighting or in background. So that's very important for the data set. I will say that the model is important, but the data set is more important than the model, what I will say here, right? Also, just as you can see, because in this research, the lighting here, we use only probably just a single lighting. We did not change the lighting. But, suppose if you change the lighting, you can create different kind of image. You can create as many as possible. Okay. So, this one is also very important. How can you to create a different lighting and to affect the shadows or the image? That's also is a good research in such a research field. And finally, I will say the age sharpen reduction. This one is very hard. I say that. Okay. Look here, a baby here, right? This baby will get the shadow is here. Okay, the shadow is blue. But the boundary here, right? The boundary here, so you can see some of the shadow is still there, right? And the boundary here is not so smooth. Look here, the grandfather here, right? It's so complex because it's a hard shadow. Okay? It's a hard shadow. Indeed, because there is a high contrast. So it's quite hard to recover, okay? To recover, or we can say to remove the shadows from this face here. So after we do such a thing, right? After we do such a thing, you can see there's still some of the shadow still remain there, but it is right. But anyway, I will say this one is very difficult, okay? For the age Japanese reduction is very, very important during, when you do such a thing, such a research in here, okay? So I just to give you summary concluding remarks here. And suppose, you guys, suppose you want to do such a research, you can just follow up what we have done right now. And then you probably can propose a good research topic, or you can just to improve the system model to get a better shadow removal in the image. But I will emphasize here, during the system is running, right? We just input the image here, and then we can put the output here. We don't need to give any mask to the system. No. Okay. That's compare to somebody for the commercial product. You probably suppose you want to do such a mask removal, you must to specify the mask. Okay. But in our system, we don't need to do that. Okay. So that's in my talk. Okay. So any questions? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Hong. Wait a
Yeah.
moment.
So how can I to go back to the
You may have the interactive session with the speakers to engage with them. But before we start our question and answer session, we would like to invite Professor Nizar to come and join us
On
on
the
the stage to have the question and session, sir. Okay. Please, Prof. You are in the middle.
Yang gampang-gampang aja ya.
Sir, you're in the middle, yes.
Okay, thank you. And we are
And
going
of
to
course,
come to-
Professor Hong, are you ready, Prof?
Sure, sure, no problem.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a seat, Mister.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those who attend here on site and those who attend online,
Yes.
you may ask questions. Feel free
Feel free
either
to.
to Professor Nizar or to Professor Hong.
Yeah,
Please.
You may type the questions on via chat box, or perhaps you want to have interactive session with Prof. Nizar and Prof. Hong. Okay, you may give direct questions. I mean, okay, we have one question first from Mr. Hendra. Could you please
Mike.
someone to give a mic?
Mr. Hendra.
Mr. Hendra. Okay.
Not for me, right?
Okay, could you mind to mention first whom for the question is it?
Okay, my name is Hendra Spender. I'm from Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika. I want us to Mr. Nizar, please.
Direct, Mr.
Okay, but I have two questions. All right? Okay. First, how can universities balance AI innovation and academic integrity? And second, what is the impact of unclear AI regulations on trust in universities? Okay.
It's very hard question.
For number one first. Number one question. Yeah,
Okay,
question number
number
one first. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Indra, for the question. This is very hard, including for me to answer. How to balance between benefit and risk? Yeah.
Balance AI innovation and academic integrity.
Okay. Yeah. As I said, that actually one thing that you have to do is establish a AI governance itself. As I said, that this is the foundation for you to implement AI. For example, I said, is it possible for us to use AI from student assignment? The question, the answer is actually can be yes and can be no. Depend on, for example, the policy. Yeah. For example, if you say the process say no, you cannot use AI to create paper, for example, it means that you have to comply with the regulation. So it means that if you use AI for creating paper, it means that you you cannot you do not comply with regulation. So in my opinion, the answer is you have to establish AI governance first. And one of the tasks is you need to establish a policy regarding use of AI, and in there you can state, for example, how to use AI ethically and not and still comply with the regulation. So this is my answer for your question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And number two,
Second one is about AI and trust.
what is the impact of unclear AI regulations on trust in universities?
Oh, okay. So, if you ask about what is the impact of AI regulation and trust university, of course, there is a relationship between AI governance and also trust university. As I said, this is a foundation from all the foundation. If you have AI governance or again AI governance, mean that you already have policy, you already have governance structures, then so that anytime you have problem with AI, for example, there is incident of AI, and you have to take action on it, and then if you can solve it by using based on regulation that we already established, it means that it will increase in trust from stakeholder to your university.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Prof. Okay. Next, yes, from Mrs.
government.
Mike, please.
Okay, we need a mic.
Could you please wait, Ibu Irma? Here, on the front. Yes.
Yeah, Mrs. Irma.
Thank you for the opportunity. My question is for Professor Nizar. My name is Irma. I am head of Research and Innovation Division at Bogor Regional Planning Agency in Bogor City. It's really, your research is really interesting, Prof, about the use of AI in higher education. But one in your slide, you said that the use of AI in government sector is still low. My question is how to increase the use of AI in government, and how about the benefit and the risk? Have you been research about that? And how to design the transformation? I think the step and how to do the government to transform from the existing now to the use of AI. That's the question. Thank you.
Okay, it's very hard question because we are talking about AI in another sector in government. Actually, I also have student working on it. She is currently investigating about AI adoption in governments, and then she developed a framework for AI readiness for government particularly. And yeah, I know that AI in government is also quite new because first is about usually when we talk about technology, usually there is what I call as resistance of using technology. It's not only about AI, but also any kind of innovation technology. Usually, many employee will resist about use it. Because when, for example, when they introduce a new technology, some say that, oh, I don't want to use it because it will have another burden for me to use it, and my job will change, for example, and including, as I said, about the fear of losing job. This actually is the main barriers of AI adoption in the any kind of organization, including in government. Okay, so when you want to introduce AI in organization, I think the first one is you need to have a policy about its use. And then you also ensure that everyone is happy, not threatening by use of AI. For example, as I said about losing all their job, you actually need to define which part of employee job that will replace by AI. For example, for example, can I use AI for creating letter, for example? Because usually if I ask my staff to create a letter, for example, I don't like the way they write the sentence because sometimes it's so many typos and also not formal and so forth. But by using AI, for me, I please use AI because for me the result is very nice. So I think it's important for a government first to identify which parts of their job that will be helped by AI. The concept is not replacing, but you use AI as your friend in your job. So the employee will feel safe when you introduce AI in your organization. So this is my first one. A second one is usually when you talk about AI adoption or technology adoption, it's not always get successful because as I said that sometimes there's sort of barriers of using it. Some people, as I know that for example, there are so many old people in the government, right? Usually they don't want to change. For example, for my mother, when I asked her to please use WhatsApp to call me because I can see your face and you also can see my face. But my mom said, I don't want. I just want to use a casual phone. This is very expensive actually. But I asked my little brother to help my mother to please call me using WhatsApp in front of her. And then finally, and when she, oh, I can see your face. Oh, now she can call me for 1 hour when she call me. So this is a kind of, you need to, for example, training and so forth as a mechanism to support for people that may be afraid with the new technology so that they can accept it. Okay, this second one. And then, what else? Actually many, so many things to discuss.
I mean, how to design for local government to transform so they willing to use the AI, generative AI.
Okay, so actually this is related to my student work. She is creating a framework to measure AI readiness in the government sector. So you need to ensure that your employee organization is ready to use AI, and she already have some component that can be used to measure the result of your organization. So when you see which part of the component is still low, you can improve it and to make sure that in the future you can implement AI smoothly. Okay, maybe you can contact my student.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Very interesting. It's hard to answer.
I have a question. When we are talking about AI, so many interesting that we can talk exactly. Okay, now we are open another question, perhaps from well, we don't know, sir. Sir, so from the chat room, the vice chat box, is it any questions from the participants
From
that are
the
joined
Zoom?
in the Zoom site?
From the Zoom? Is there any?
Is there any questions?
No. Oh, still
No.
not. Okay.
Still not?
Still not. Okay.
Okay.
Probably from the participants here. Any question?
Any questions?
To Professor Hong, probably
Probably.
on the Zoom. No.
Is there any?
Enough? Is it?
Oh, we have another
Oh,
question.
okay, one
Okay.
question from the
One
student.
question from the students on the back.
Hello and good afternoon. I have a question for...
Your name, please?
My name is Eileen.
Irene?
Eileen.
Irene, okay.
okay.
From what major?
I'm from software engineer.
Software engineer. All right. Okay. Please, your question to Professor.
Shi Jin Hong.
Oh, Professor Hong.
Professor Hong.
Professor
Okay.
Hong, please. Okay.
Considering the use of transformer-based architectures like Swine transformer and SAM adapter, how can computational efficiency be optimized without compromising accuracy?
Okay. I think this one is okay. Okay. I think when we just want to reduce the computation overhead, okay. And then not only we must to reduce the computation overhead, we must also improve the accuracy. We can say, okay, now we can save the computation overhead, right? But suppose the accuracy is no good, you cannot do that because usually for research, you must to improve both. Okay, that means if you originally use the very expensive GPU, then you can get a better accuracy. But now, suppose you can use the low GPU to do the same purpose, but also you can improve your accuracy. That's better. But sometimes, as I say for my students, okay, sometimes I will say, okay, if you can improve one of them, that's okay. Because what? For the master student, we don't do such more emphasize of both improvements. Sometimes it's only one is okay. Yeah. So that's my answer. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, is it enough?
Yes, that is enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Hong. Okay, we are still open the questions. Perhaps there are another questions. Is there any?
How
Is
about
it-
from the Zoom
Yes.
to Professor Nizar or
Is it-
Professor Hong?
Is it in the Zoom
No?
session is still empty? There is no.
Okay, no
Okay, question. So, Mister, okay.
I think
is
it's enough.
Is enough?
Up to you.
After-
Your plan.
All right. Okay, thank you
Okay.
very much, Professor Nizar. And before, oh,
Ah,
there's
okay.
one. Oh,
We have last
okay.
questions.
From the
okay.
Dean.
From our Dean.
Our Dean
Mrs.
of-
Sylvie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Miss
will
Ibu
try.
Dr. Sylvie.
Sylvie.
Thank you, the opportunity that you have to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
My name Mrs. Silvana. I am from Health Science UBSI. My question is your slide, Prof. Yes. Prof. Ahmad Nizar. Sorry. My question, I see your slide that AI can make the person get hallucination. So my question is how the process, maybe you can explain more, and then the data that you give to us, can you explain more from what, and your sample is like a person who, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I bring the wrong topic because it takes so many questions from the audience. Okay, about hallucination. Yes, this is quite very important in the context of Gen AI because you generate, for example, a text, you generate content, image or video. Even for example, I think you already use, for example, ChatGPT to write paper, right? And then you see that sometimes you want some references which actually not exist, but ChatGPT said that this is coming from blah blah blah. So this is kind of hallucination. They can create create new content that seems exist, however, it's not exist. So that's why in the context of Gen AI, the key is the put human in the loop. It means that you have responsibility as human to validate, to check the result of Gen AI. Okay, so that's why you as student, we as teacher, we as lecturer have the responsibility to always check the result of Gen AI. So this is part of actually of governance of AI use, Gen AI use in the university. We have to check. Yeah, they have to have policy that you as teacher can use AI, for example, to generate PowerPoint, to create, for example, question for a student, but at the end you have responsibility to check whether it's correct or not. Okay, because it put human in the loop.
Human in the loop.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Thank you.
Is it enough, Mrs.
It's enough?
Silvana?
Hopefully.
Yeah, because when we are talking about AI, so many questions in our mind, isn't it?
Particularly when
Yes.
not talking about the AI formula.
The AI formula. So we cannot giving our trust 100% when we are using AI, isn't it, Prof? Yeah, we still need to have the critical thing of us as a human to check measurement about the references itself, right? Previously, exactly last night, I used AI. I use AI also to check some references that you can say that previously about mistaken sources from another source about the journal exactly. That's kind of what explained before, isn't it?
This is talking about your project, yeah?
Yes, my own project. Thank you so much for your fascinating topic. It's what is it? It's come to my mind. It's really interesting, sir. Thank you so much.
Well, BS is not wrong to
Yeah.
to choose the topic of artificial
Yes.
intelligence, right?
Yes, when we
So
are talking about
it
AI,
triggers,
right?
Yeah, it triggers
Yes.
many questions.
Triggers so
about
many
this.
questions about AI because we are used AI, isn't it? Every day, not only for our talks, but for all our daily, when doing the exercise for also or for my own self, exactly. Thank you so much, Prof. Okay.
Oh, one more.
Oh,
on the
we have
Zoom.
another question.
Okay, one more question. To Professor.
To Prof.
Miss Yanti, please.
Hong. Okay. Prof. Okay, may I read for you for the question? This is from Mrs. Ina Mariani. Okay, the question is, what are the key challenges in achieving seamless transition at shadow boundaries, and how does the shadow blending mechanism address them?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I see that I see the boundary. Okay. How can we to bring in the boundary between the shadow image and non-shadow area? Because this is so important. Just as I say, the sharp, the sharpness is so sharp for the shadow area in non-shadow, the boundary here. So usually we just use the indicator here. We just use the alpha vector. You can see I say the theta here. I use the alpha vector to justify. We want to give the different alpha value because I say actually I hope that you can remember what I said before. For the incoming shadow image, I divided the incoming image into three images, right? And one is the edge area, and the next one is the shadow area. So we just use the alpha vector, okay, to modify the value in the shadow area. So in that case, it can date the shadow area, the image brightness or image pixel value more closely to the non-shadow area. So in that case, then the boundary between the shadow area and non-shadow area could be more easy to do the smoothness. Okay, but you probably can say, okay, you can do some post operation that can get a silver pixels just along the edge area, right? You can say, okay, the boundary, for example, I say a temperature could be 10 by 10. Then we just do such a smooth. You can do that, no problem. But even you do that, it's still there's some of the what we say is the boundary is still you can see some of the hint between the shadow and non-shadow. But I say this research is still running. It's so hard. Okay, just as I in the conclusion, I show you. Okay, I show you two photos in the conclusion here. As you can see, even the shadow we remove, but the boundary is still there. So I would say this is an open research topic. You can use other approach, but in our ways, it's just to give the alpha value to modify which one is the beta. Okay, but anyway, if you can do that, you can use the other way. Like I said, okay, you just follow the age, okay, the age to do some of the just as we say as a computation. You can use the average value to get to smooth the boundary. Okay, that's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Hong. Okay, is there any questions left? Oh, that's enough, Mister. Okay.
Enough? Okay. All right. So this is the end of our question and answer session 1. On behalf of Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika and ICAISD 2025, we would like to present the certificate to Professor Nizar and e-certificate for Professor Hong, and placard, sir, to Professor Nizar, and e-placard to Professor Hong in recognition of their valuable contribution and outstanding presentation today. Okay. we would like to invite
Our Dean.
oh, the Dean of our our Dean of Faculty of Technique and Informatics and
Mr. Ahmad Adi.
only one.
Could you please on the stage? And the Associate Professor,
We would like to invite
Dr. Sumanto M.Com. Could you please go on
Mr.
stage for a
Ahmad Adi
while?
Purnama,
Okay, thank you.
the certificate.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Sarma.
Give applause, please. Thank you. Very nice. Okay, thank you, Prof.
Now the placard from Dr. Sumanto.
Give applause, please.
Give applause. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll take a photo. The Dean and the Steering Committee, Bapak Rahmat Adi Purnama M.Com and Associate Professor Dr. Sumanto. Thank you very much,
Thank
Professor
you very
Nizar.
much, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
You may have a seat.
May success and happiness.
Okay, for
about
Prof.
Professor
Sigit
Hong.
are you still there?
Yes.
Okay.
We are going to confer the
E-certificate.
and the placard.
The e-placard
The
also.
e-placard to Professor Hong.
Thank you so much, Prof. Hong, for the
Thank you so much.
fascinating and also the interesting topic for
Interesting
today.
topic, that's right.
Yes.
Okay. May success and happiness keep coming your ways, Professor Hong and Professor Nizar. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dear attendants, it is now the time for us to have the break. It will last for 1 hour. We will kindly remind you to return to the main room and join us again after the break to continue with our next agenda. Thank you. Dear attendants, kindly inform you for the participants who attend on site, please you may enjoy the lunch break in this hall. And for all the committee, please kindly enjoy the lunch break in your own room. And dear head of study programs, kindly enjoy the lunch alone in the 7th floor, and the rectorate deans and deans kindly enjoy the luncheon in 8th floor. Thank you. Untuk seluruh partisipan yang ada di main hall saat ini, kita ada break waktu for 1 hour untuk 1 jam for enjoy your lunch. Untuk yang di main hall dapat menikmati lunch di ruangan langsung, dan untuk committee di ruang masing-masing. Untuk dean and head of study program, you may go to the lantai 8 to the 8th floor. Thank you. Dean and rectorate, you are in the 8th floor, right? And the head of study program on the 7th floor. Di lantai 7. Selamat menikmati makan siangnya. Sampai ketemu 1 jam ke depan. Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ICAISD 2025. This event is organized by Bina Sarana Informatika. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we are now about to begin the parallel session. This parallel session will be divided into 3 different online rooms and 1 offline room. And here are the rooms. Room 601 for the online. Okay, there are some names. Okay. Starting from paper ID. Do I have to read that?
The paper IDs.
Okay. Child safety in Bangladesh. And then a comparison of multi-agent path finding algorithm. Unsupervised learning for special economic, from routines to deviations, sentiment analysis on Indonesian public perception, a comparative study of algorithm ETS, classification of a democinema body fluid images, and the last, number 8, ensemble majority voting method. Go to room 601 or online. And then this one, Ms.
For
Yanti.
room 602, this is for the online also, from the article with the title, Cardiogram Audio-Based Arrhythmia Detection Using a Hybrid CNN-GRO Model. 2. Forecasting football result using machine learning techniques. 3rd, predicting academic performance through student study habits, a comparative analysis of machine learning classification algorithms. 4. Multi-class sentiment analysis of the free nutritious meal program on Twitter using ensemble learning. 5th, a systematic literature review on machine learning based information security risk management for higher education institutions. 6th, emotion-based NPC behavior in GEM. 7th, design and implementation of an N860 WWP solar power system to support sunflower seed drying.
That was for Sims 602. Now, room 603, still online. For those attendees who are taking, I'm going to read the paper title. Here are the titles: Detecting Skin Threats, a superpixel-based analysis of melanoma. The second, real-time skin disease classification on Android using mobile net. The third one, classification of endophyte types based on plant morphological characteristics. Fourth, fuzzy logic-based plant environment automation IoT system. Fifth, a comparative analysis of k-means and blah blah blah. 6, auto ML based hyperparameter optimization for machine learning. And the last, 7th, design and implementation real-time web based.
Next room, please. Okay, for room 605, the online one also. First, with the title, CLAHE-based enhancement for improving segment anything model performance in food image segmentation. 2. NLP optimization for SVM-based stock price sentiment classification. 3rd, potato disease classification, a review. 4th, deep learning-based disease detection for Fuji apple. 5th, a model for multi-period facility location and vehicle assignment in post-disaster areas under uncertainty using a deep learning approach. 6th, QR codes and mobile payments, behavioral intention measurement to perceive the difference in speed and ease of purchase. And last seventh is smart tourism planning of Tanjung Aan by considering the Mandalika circuit based on dynamic modeling.
And this is different. It's offline or on-site only for room 507. There are 8 participants here in the 507. Number 1, historical review of LKIP, performance reports of government agents. And then the second one, performance evaluation of post-quantum cryptography in virtual machine backup systems. And the third one is an overview of classification techniques for epilepsy symptoms based on EEG data. Fourth one, Brew Lens, ML-based coffee bean assessment and market guide. The fifth one is performance analysis of optimizer, variations in CNN algorithms for flower classification with digital images. 6, ICAISD, a smart contingency management system for disaster and emergency response. 7th, hybrid data mining model for early warning of natural disasters based on energy efficient computation in resource limited environments. And the last, or the 8th, sequential feature learning with LSTM integrated UNet for egg fertility segmentation in handling images.
Oh, we have 2 rooms for the offline exactly. For room 605 with the offline one also. 604, sorry, for the offline one, for with the title 1, optimizing breast cancer detection based on smooth approach. 2. Explainable deep feature learning for multi-class tomato leaf disease classification using CNN and pitch classifier. 3. Enhancing video anomaly detection through optimized pre-processing, ROI cropping and reconstruction clause. 4. Implementation of weighted moving average method for raw material forecasting in cafe management system. 5th, web-based gold investment prediction using K nearest neighbor classification method. 6. Comparative study of SVM and neural network in classifying B lymphocyte gene expression for smoker detection. 7th, cluster-based resampling for imbalanced dataset in software defect prediction. And last, number 8, improving crop recommendation performance through hard and soft voting classifiers.
Have a great presentation there for the attendees. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, sir. After the parallel session, please do not forget to return since we still have our next agenda for our next keynote speaker. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Miss Yanti.
You're welcome, sir.
Recording stopped.
Dear participants, now let us take a short break and reconvene in 15 minutes. Please use this time to network, enjoy light refreshment and the music performance with traditional dance. Thank you.
Professor Willy, are you there on Zoom?
Of course. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure to see my scholars.
Yes. Hello, Prof. Could you please wait for a minute because we are going to perform
The traditional
traditional
dance.
performance dance. And
It's pleasure.
Okay, please enjoy it, Prof.
Every minute is enjoyed. Every
All right.
minute
Thank
and
you,
second
Prof.
are enjoyed.
Thank you very
That
much,
is the
Prof.
friend.
Traditional dance. Basic to baru prop to.
ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our third keynote speaker, Professor Gerhard W. Weber. Hello, Prof.
Can you hear me?
Hello, Prof.
One moment, please. I'm here. You hear me?
All right. Okay. Please, Prof. Willie, the screen is yours.
Very nice. So I'm very happy to be at home. If I can tell you about this, I'm very happy to be at home.
Prof,
because
would you
Jakarta,
Prof, excuse me, would you like to speak louder?
Yeah, okay, I can speak louder.
Yep. A bit louder.
Oh, can you hear me now, friends?
Is it enough? Enough. Oh, okay. It's enough, Prof.
It's enough. Okay.
Yes,
so
please.
thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your warm welcome. Here, both best friends, all best friends actually, are in Indonesia, because many of you know that I feel at home in Indonesia. I consider it as one of my home countries. It's the city of Medan, the city of Sianta, city of Parapat, and of course the city of Jakarta, world famous city of Jakarta. So I'm very happy to be at home, to be with you, and I would like to express my thankfulness to both of you, to the two Professors Agus, to Professor Sumanto, to all of you, the entire team, and of course the rector. And some of you who were there at the very beginning today know how he called me. Do you remember, Professor Agus, how he called me, your rector?
Yes, Prof. Excuse me.
He called me Bang Willy.
Prof. Willy.
Yeah.
Bang Willy. Bang Willy.
Yeah, Bang Willy. Yeah.
Okay.
So you can call me Indonesian style.
Indonesian style. Yes, Prof. Right.
Yeah, Bang Willy. So or Willy, just Willy, because we are best friends. Now, the first talk. Actually, I will speak about two subjects. The second short. First is about Alzheimer. And Alzheimer is a very, very dangerous disease. And when I was a professor in Turkey, it was 8 years ago, 8 to 15 years ago, or even longer, 23 years ago. In that time span, I worked with friends on many subjects, such as Alzheimer. And we did it not just as medical doctors, we did it as scientists, as people from mathematics, statistics, data science. Maybe we also call it artificial intelligence. And in my talk, I will give an introduction. I will tell about background, methodology, conclusion, and performance. So, you know, Alzheimer is a horrible disease, not only for the patients that are suffering, but also for the family members and the relatives and the friends. So it's a neurodegenerative disease, means the brain is affected. And it is also called a dementia disease. And memory, thinking, behavior, daily tasks, and finally the death are associated with this. And so this is a very dangerous illness, and it's to be distinguished from a mild cognitive impairment. A mild cognitive impairment, and you can all imagine at your beautiful university what you call artificial intelligence, which is also applied mathematics, is a very important tool in the area of medicine to heal people as much as possible and to make people feel more comfortable and to let them suffer less. So mild cognitive impairment is not so dangerous, and often it comes before Alzheimer. So both can be confused. And actually, there's a difference between the ladies. So you see on the left, the ladies are in purple. Ladies are stronger affected. And it also goes to show that maybe psychological things, like ladies often are better than the men in empathy. in social skills, in taking care of others. So this makes ladies suffer more. And maybe this is one point which also leads or supports Alzheimer. And Alzheimer is a disease which is often understood lately by the patients and even by the relatives. So other diseases are often understood much earlier, and it breaks out sometimes early, but it's not understood. So it's very different from cancer. Cancer is often understood early, and people suffer from it and know about it. It's not the case with Alzheimer. So Alzheimer was in the past, the recent past, the number 6 factor of death in the United States, and it happens in one person out of 3 persons, senior people are in the world, and only 45% will get to know about this illness. In cancer, it's 90%. So it's a very different situation, and it's very difficult to mitigate it, to make it mild, because people don't know about it. So what to do? So there is no single test for this disease, and sometimes it is associated post-mortem. This means when the patient died, with plaque. You all know from the television, from toothpaste advertisement, plaque. Plaque is the dirt, the slime full of bacteria on the teeth, but it also exists in the brain. So in the brain, it can make, so to speak, shortcuts. It can make the interaction between the proteins, or say, inside of proteins and between the genes, are breaking down. So these are very difficult things and all need to be understood. And early detection is almost impossible. And there are many factors which play a role, and they can easily be confused. And it's already confused Alzheimer with tumors, with strokes, with hemorrhage, with fluid collection, and traumatic injuries. And there's no computer-aided system yet. So how beautiful would it be? How beautiful if professors, young people also at your university will work on Alzheimer and make the life of Alzheimer patients easier. How beautiful would this be? So let's go for this, and we are trying to detect as much as possible Alzheimer from structural brain, RMI. So MRI means magnetic resonance imaging. So these are, so to speak, our pictures. You know, Professor Agus, many people in the audience, the young people especially, they're all on Facebook. Also, our Professor Varudi is also on Facebook. So Facebook is full of pictures. So what we do is we learn from pictures. For Alzheimer, we learn from pictures, and this is called MRI. And we are interested in a fully automated, computer-assisted diagnostic system. If possible, in the future. This would be a dream. This would be a dream. Now, we often use the word structure. You can read it here, structure. So, Alzheimer changes or alternates structure. And what about structure? So structure, if you see the picture here on the right, you see on top, in the middle, and on the bottom are different states of the brain. And the pink, outer pink, the dark pink, is healthy crust, healthy mantle of the brain. And it gets less and less. You can imagine, it's like you have shoes. If you don't have a sole of the shoes, the shoes are getting very difficult to work properly. So, and it's much more the case with our brain, much more the case with our brain. And so this is a very sensitive issue, and it relates on the left, you see here, or in the middle of the entire slide, you see a nerve cell, you see the plaque Plaque is like the dirt, like on a tooth. If we don't brush our teeth, it's the plaque in and on a nerve cell inside of the brain. So you see, these are very, very difficult issues. What we decided is to use structural magnetic resonance imaging, because this is one approach, the structure, to see how the mental of our brain, which is called the cortex, how the mental or the cortex, the crust, so to speak, diminishes, gets less and less. And we are looking to understand the brain through pixels. The pixels of our pictures are called voxels. They are called voxels. They are three-dimensional points. Voxel intensity. So this is what we study. And we study it, as I certainly told to you at earlier conferences in Jakarta, by the help of Mars. So many friends, even in the city of Medan, in Usu, they study using Mars, Professor Hermann and all his friends, and gave talks worldwide by using Mars. So Mars is like, Professor, to use a regression tool, a modeling tool, to approximate the data through such kind of functions. So the functions are 0. You see here below, it's 0. And then it goes up and it's multiplied, several of them. And this gives us here like an impulse. It's like 0, 1. 0, 1. It goes up to 0. Oh, it's a continuous function kind of describing 0, 1. So this is what we use. This is called mass. And mass has a very high amount of qualities. Among other things, it has 2 steps, a forward step and a backward step. Like in life, we go 1 step forward and then we go 1 step back to improve our step. 1 forward, 1 backward, improvement step. Forward, backward, forward, backward. This is how we work. And this increases the accuracy. So mass gives us a high accuracy and a high stability. A high accuracy through so-called cross-validation, and a high stability through a penalty term. A penalty term, like in football, it's a punishment against something we don't want. Dear professors, we are not interested when we are doing modeling. Modeling means using of the computer. We are not only interested in accuracy, we are also interested in stability. Accuracy, stability. Stability means there's too much energy inscribed. Too much energy inscribed. So we have to get energy taken out. Take energy out. Take it easy. Relax. Take it easy. Like in life. Okay, we do this by so-called conic programming. Okay, so we use MAS or CMAS, which are very powerful tools. CMAS was developed by us in the time when I was working with my Turkish friends as a professor in Ankara at Middle East Technical University Institute of Applied Mathematics. So these are our powerful tools, very powerful machine learning, or nowadays people call it artificial intelligence tools, partly developed by ourselves. Artificial intelligence should not mean that we only use artificial intelligence. You are all very intelligent. Each one of you is fantastically smart. And this means you not only apply tools, you also invent or create. Or let me say, when we say God created the world, we say co-create. We create our statistics, which our students learned in Jakarta. In statistics, you have a population. And in a population, you look for some phenomenon. So inside of cognitive neutral people, from inside of all cognitive neutral people, we are interested in the Alzheimer's people. So we always have a relative, a conditional study. So this is how we make it. And then we look for diagnosis like cognitive neutral, Alzheimer's disease, mild cognitive impairment, and clinical case. So we look at all these relative cases, which means we compare and we look at developments. We compare and we look at developments, and we match these with the numbers, how many, with the age, with the gender. Gender means lady or gentleman, or male or female, and with our further description means. Okay, so we have structural technologies and voxel-based methods. We look for means, and sometimes means have several peaks. We not always have a Gaussian. A Gaussian is like a head. A Gaussian is like a head. But sometimes the head is looking like two heads. One small head on the head, and one a big head on the head. So we always study about them, and then look for segmentation. Friends, everybody knows brain is three-dimensional. A brain is three-dimensional. So, like in Facebook, single photo in the Facebook is not enough. It has to see a sequence, several. For example, the brain from the front and the brain from the back. The brain from above, or even, if it's possible, which is difficult, from below. So all these pictures show us about the development of our brain and how it evolves. And you see, in case of Alzheimer, the degradation is less and less. The crust, which we call cortex of our brain, is getting more and more. And then when we do these computer science, because you are a computer science university, when we do our computer science, we have to smoothen. It's like in life. The mother and the father must be very smooth each other. They must be very smooth and gentle to the children and to the guests. Indonesian people, they are very lovely to the guests, isn't it? Very, very lovely, very smooth. And we do the same in our computer science life. It has to be spatially, means in regard to spatial, three-dimensional or more dimensional data, smooth. And intensity has to be modulated. So this is all studied by us. And we are using matrices. It's like in football. Some of you are interested in football. I know this. So in football, you have the different teams and you match them. Then you have different classes. In the brain, you have gray matter, gray and white, gray and white. And you have a liquid. You have a liquid inside of the brain. So, and then you have to see how they evolve and how we classify the brain, because that's what we do by the computer. By our computer, we classify our pictures in case towards green, gray, let's say, white, and fluid matters. So this is what we do. We have a statistical analysis. We have within class thresholds. So sometimes professors, wonderful chairpersons, we have to decide. Means we have to say there's a threshold. There is an above and a below, or a left and right. There's a threshold. And this is in order to classify within classes, between classes. And there's a tissue probability criteria. Okay, this means we have probabilities about which tissue we have: white matter, gray matter, and fluid. And you see, we have it inside of the and between matter. We have this, we go into the brain, and we have it here in comparison with the different directions. Okay, so between the mean are these points of gray matter, of white matter, and also of fluid, liquid in the brain. The performance evaluations are very successful in terms of sensitivity and also precision, sensitivity and precision. We have pictures like these where we study the error. We have our pictures here, beautiful pictures, where the doctors, because we work with people from radiology. Radiology, in some countries you call it Röntgen. Röntgen, according to Konrad Röntgen, the person who found the X-ray. So we have these people from the radiology departments of our hospitals. They can interpret these pictures. They can interpret it together with people from statistics, from mathematics, from computer science, from artificial intelligence. That is what we do. The error is well studied. We have studied on Mars, and the method which I invented with my friends, or my friends with me in Turkey, CMARS. C stands for conic programming. Conclusion. Oh, this is my first talk. We studied about Mars and also CMARS results. We were interested in feasible codes for high quality data sets, used voxel Mars and published it in a journal. In the future, we would like to study probabilities rather than class probabilities, other neurodegenerative diseases. Actually, with another person from Turkey, one of my friends, a lady from Diyarbakir, Pakistan, we also study Parkinson. Parkinson, the second very famous dementia disease. Not only Alzheimer, but also Parkinson, and so forth. Deep learning, and we would like always, maybe with you, at the university in Jakarta, to invent new artificial intelligence. Not only old to apply, but new to develop. I would like to say Alzheimer is a very, very hard topic, and it's very much going down into our lifestyle. When my father died, one of the professors in Ankara at my university, METU, said, Alzheimer comes when people worry too much. I was shocked because also my parents worried very much. My parents worried about me. So this moved me very much. People leave their lives, give up their lives because of empathy and love to other people, like in a family, to me and to you. So we have a big responsibility because this is one of the drivers of Mars, of Alzheimer. It's also the hygiene. We need to drink enough water. We need care. We need to brush the teeth. Old people in the hospitals or in the places for the senior people, not close to the family, a little anonymous, they often have not enough hygiene. The teeth are not clean. And then it can happen that the plaque, the dirt on the teeth, and the bacteria, they move towards the brain and cause problems in the brain up to Alzheimer. So it's a huge topic which relates to us. It relates to our lifestyle, to our living belief, so to speak, our ethics. It's a very important topic. So I would like to conclude this first part of my talk, and I would like to move to the second part. And the second part is this one, which is related to a different topic, very different topic. I hope you can see it. Professors, can you see it?
Yes, Prof. Clear enough.
Yeah, you're a wonderful lady and wonderful friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
One moment, please. Wonderful friend. Okay, so this talk, which is short, because I cannot overwhelm you with information. But I want to show you, this is in my opinion, one of the best results we can find in the area of pension funds. It was not just invented by me. I was not the main person. The main person is from Greece, together with people in Poland and myself. I will give the names in due term. And we called it Navigating Uncertainty. Can you imagine? Some of you are driving the beautiful mountains in the west and south of Jakarta, maybe going with your car to Sunda to eat Sunda food. Like Professor Valyudi and me and others, we sometimes enjoy Sunda cuisine in Medan. So maybe you take a car and you are navigating your car through the beautiful mountains between Sunda and Jakarta. And so this is navigating. And what we now do is we navigate through uncertainty towards a robust pension fund. So these are the people: Yanis Baltas, Athanasios Giannakopoulos, Marek Czepanski, Chistov, and Lukács. And Ernest Hemingway says, famous author, world breaks everyone, he said. And afterward, some are strong at the broken places. So this is a hard thing. But our thing which we now have to break, kind of overcome, is uncertainty. We need an amount of certainty in our lives. Even when we die, we need to have a certainty. It's very important because the world is full of uncertainty. Many fields, such as insurance, economics, and finance, systems exhibit behavior influenced by randomness. Randomness, uncertainty. This randomness may arise from incomplete data, model assumptions, and external factors. Stochastic, also uncertain, models are essential for capturing the randomness in these systems. Choosing the right stochastic or uncertain model is critical for accurate forecast and precise decision making. So, how to handle uncertainty? Saving is necessary. Most of you, if you are adult, have a family, married, have kids. Not all, but many. I'm a bachelor, don't have kids, but most of you maybe have a own family established with your partner. So then you save money for yourselves and for the kids. For the kids to establish a family themselves, to build a house, to study in Jakarta, in other wonderful places, maybe in Poland, maybe in Germany. So these are important things. Saving for retirement. This is called pensions. Pensions, retirement funds. The problem of optimal management of assets, financial assets, accumulated in pension funds, which is where the people pay the money in, under risk and uncertainty, is a matter of fundamental importance, both in theoretical and practical dimensions. Dear friends, I don't know whether you know Europe very well. Many of you know it very well. I'm from Germany, and in Germany we have many old people, and few young people. So it's different from Indonesia. Indonesia, you have many kids. Whenever I visit Indonesia, I see many children. In Germany, less children. So how can, by their work, young people feed the old people? So there must be a care during our lifetimes when we are younger to save money for our age. This is very important. This is the problem and the focus of pension funds. And in pension funds, like in the West, the money has become more and more important. More and more savings were necessary and are necessary. So work has been done by our team, and we published already a good paper, and a new one has now been finished and submitted. And look here, this is model uncertainty. We don't know the model. How can you make decisions? How can you make decisions? The wonderful chairpersons, how can we make decisions if we don't know the distributions? If we don't know about how the spread in our observation is, how can we speak about Indonesia? We don't know how warm it is, how the heat is distributed. If we don't know this, it could be Norway, it could be Sweden, it could be Greenland. So we have to know how the distribution is. The better it is, the merrier, the more useful. So, and we don't know the red point, any other point around. So this is what we tackled. And it also needs to know how many people are living. How many people are living at any time? For example, when the in-payment stopped, when the savings stopped for a person, and the money is transferred to the capital market, we need to know how many people lived. So L of 0 in this formula here, L of 0 is the people who entered life insurance contract at the same insurance firm by paying upfront the amount L sub C. So this means the money which is saved by payment into it during a working life, for example, this money is by the company who is gathering the whole money and on behalf of Indonesia or on behalf of Germany is active with that money on the stock market, on the financial market. This money is being put, for instance, into so-called assurance contracts. This is a very important investment way. And so we have to know how the development, the demographic structure in a country evolves, how long the people live, how many old, how many young people. So this is called longevity. Longevity has to be understood how long people live and what the life expectancy is. These are very crucial knowledges. And not just these are important. We also need the inflation. You can imagine, professors, dear my chairpersons, if you listen, dear Professor Varudi, we need to know the inflation. Pension funds have a huge contract, like 20, 30 years. And in that time, we have inflation. So inflation has a huge impact. Money is not money. Our money now is not the same money worth in 20 years because of inflation. So this is very important. We have that reason, the bond is a risk-free asset, but we had to bring inflation into it. We have stocks and we have a bank account. So in finance, we have stocks like the Jakarta stock market has many stocks, and people can invest into these stocks. You also have banks, and banks are, in a simplified way, considered risk-free. So these are our assets. We also have bonds which are risk-free, supposedly, but since we put inflation in, they're also risky. Okay. Then we set up our model. And we have always what we call a premium. A premium means all we do has to be attractive. Everything we do has to be very attractive. Attractive means for a person who saves money, the person should not lose money, but little gain money. So this is very important. Even interest rates have to be bigger than nominal interest rates in our models. And K is a strike price. So it's very important. If you are such a company who has to care for the savings of people from Bandung, from Jakarta, from Sianta, from Medan, from all over, it's a very important issue. It's a very important issue that you are liquid. One has to be liquid. Such a company has to fulfill its payment needs. And we bring in our mortality structure. And what we do, and I don't tell you the details now, we need to use powerful mathematics. Powerful mathematics. In order to maximize, sub means maximum here in this case, to maximize utility of our capital process. The utility of our capital process. How useful is our capital process, and how is our capital process designed? And since our capital process is not just our capital process, but capital process relative to inflation rate, capital process relative to inflation rate, we are studying this optimization problem. This is very important. Now, I don't tell you the details all. We are doing here a relaxation. Again, we relax. We take energy out. We try to have our uncertainty as big as possible or as small as possible, depending on how risk-friendly or how risk-averse we are. And it's like playing. Our mathematics is like playing. So these are two famous chess masters, Tudor and Carlsen, and player one, in our case, is the fund manager. So if you are in charge of the savings, you have to put the money in an optimal way into the capital market to have the best action, the best portfolio management. Player B is, so to speak, nature, world, the nature of uncertainty. The nature of uncertainty in the world of probability distributions. How do our probability models distribute? Are they normal distributed? Are they? So this is a distributed set of random probabilities, and the person in charge is, so to speak, the risk manager. The risk manager, who is in charge of the modeling. So this is a very important topic. We can solve it. We did it. We did it very wonderfully and published it. And in the future, we will look at multi-period framework, stratified age group structure, because here we have so many people of different ages. Maybe some of you know how old I am. I'm 65. So I am already an elderly person. 65. So, but some people are very young. Some people are 20. Other people are 30. Other people are 45. So we belong to different strata, to different layers of age. We are novel mortality learning mechanism. Mortality means to die. Dying behavior inside of a population, it's called mortality, and we need to have a realistic framework. So we now prepared and submitted a new paper about pension funds with all these criteria, multi-periods, the ages, different age groups, novel learning from mortality, the dying behavior inside of a population, and make it realistic. Dear friends, I would like to thank you very much. I finish now because I don't want to teach you too much stuff, not to overwhelm you, but I'm ready to discuss with you on any topic. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Prof. Willy, for the insights.
Welcome, Professor. If anybody has a question or remark, please let me know.
Yes,
So please feel free to write down your question via chat box for the Zoom session, or you may have the interactive session where you will have the chance to engage directly with our speaker. Please, we are open the question and answer session now. Of course, this question and answer session lasts for 15 minutes, yeah, Mr. Agus. Okay. Okay. Oh, we have already a question on the what is it, via chat box
from Carolina. Carolina.
Professor Willie, there is one question. Oh, okay. There are some questions for you, Prof.
Okay.
Yeah.
We start from
Starting from Mrs. Irmawati Carolina.
Yeah.
Mrs. Irmawati have 3 questions exactly, Mr.
3 questions.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Okay. You want to read it?
Please.
Would you like to read? Would you like to read them?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, may I read it for you, Prof?
Yeah, please.
Okay, for the first question, how effective is the vowel march technique in identifying subtle brain structural changes during the early stages of Alzheimer's?
Yeah, this is a very good question. Thank you very much, dear Professor Carolina. It's a very smart question. As usually, the Indonesian friends are asking me very good questions. Actually, this is very delicate because in the early stages of Alzheimer, it's like as if we speak about a cloud, but it's not a cloud, it's a fog. Like in nature, imagine we want to discuss about a cloud, but at the beginning it's just a fog. It's just a small grayish air. So this is a very difficult question, and voxel mass is one of the different tools, and it's one which the earlier we go back at the beginning of the disease makes it more complicated. So the ideal thing is that at the early stage of Alzheimer, we better have additional information. So we have to have the best data and the best, let me say, strategies to handle accuracy and precision, accuracy and stability, in order to take the best out of the data. Because at the very beginning, mass is almost Alzheimer is not Alzheimer itself. It's a mild degenerative impairment. So this goes to show that at the very beginning it's very, very hard. But the hardness is part of the Alzheimer's disease. The Alzheimer's disease is a very, very difficult subject, but we are, with the discussion, with medical, this means the diminishment of the cortex as our approach, the structural approach, not the functional approach, the structural approach, and we used voxels as a natural approximation and description of the cortex. So this was the result of our discussions with pros and cons. This was the best we could do. Now maybe the second question?
Yes, Prof. For the second question is, hello? Yes, number 2. From Ibu Irma.
Go to the up one, please.
Upper, yes.
Upper. Oh.
Prof, this one is number 2, for still from Mrs. Irma. Can CMARS effectively generalize across different patient demographics, such as age groups and genetic backgrounds?
Oh, yeah. Also, let me say, Mars, which was invented by my friends in Turkey and myself, Mars, CMARS, not Mars, CMARS, developed by us, is different from Mars in as much as CMARS is, in a sense, more mathematical. CMARS is more mathematical. It's, so to speak, more using the power of mathematics rather than to be a kind of heuristic. The heuristic approaches, the model-free approaches, are less in CMARS when compared to Mars. So Mars basically benefits from the power of mathematics. Professor Carolina, it benefits from the power of mathematics. So that is the point which CMARS distinguishes itself from Mars. Now, your question, so this has to be studied. So the differences in the genetic backgrounds are in different patient demographics, maybe even ethnicities, you did not mention, but this is also a point. This was not studied by us. So we took our data from the United States. The United States organization, which provided us Alzheimer data. You know, it's not easy to get data of Alzheimer's patients. We found such data in the United States. The United States organization gave us these, and you know, the United States, like Indonesia, is a big country, both is multi-ethnic, and has a variety of age groups. So this means it was already mixed. So what we did was not to study different genetic backgrounds, like white or black, or let me say Native Americans or Latinos or so. So this was not studied by us. We had a mixed pool, but it would be interesting in order to see how different age groups, which we did not distinguish so much, and genetic backgrounds and patient demographics will impact the performance of CMAS. Actually, this project is not continued. The doctoral student who worked on it is not a doctoral student anymore. He is since around, let me say, since around 10 years, he's already a doctor and he works in the industry. If, however, very smart people from your country, Professor Carolina, very smart people from your country would like to work on this and we could get data, would be very, very good. By the way, Professor Carolina, I can also tell you that we used in the beautiful country of Indonesia, CMAS already. We used CMAS in Lombok, for example. In Lombok, for the similar studies, but not for Alzheimer, but for earthquakes. So, you know, Lombok, like all your beautiful islands, are prone and are endangered by earthquakes. Earthquakes and volcano eruptions can happen easily. So that's why on Lombok, at the University of Lombok, my friends worked on studying the eruption or the occurrence of earthquakes by CMAS. And the person who made the PhD became a doctor. So if that goes to show, we can study about these things in Indonesia, provided we have data. So if you have data and you have smart students, smart PhD students, could work on these things based on those data. This would be very, very appealing. But your questions are very smart and also very inspirational. Professor Carolina, your questions are very difficult, but also very inspirational. Thank you very much.
Okay, Prof. Thank you so much. We, from Mrs. Irmawati Carolina, we have the third question. Is it okay, sir?
Sure. Any you can ask as many as you wish.
Okay. Okay. The question is, what are the main challenges in classifying structural brain MRI data for early diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease?
Yeah, this is related to your first question. It's related to your first question. The outbreak of Alzheimer, which is, of course, this is the main problem of Alzheimer. Most diseases, almost all diseases, except of dementia diseases, are not observable early. If a person has a cancer, you can even guess it because maybe the person smoked too much and worked in polluted air. So this is almost visible through the working or living conditions. And but in case of Alzheimer, the genes don't speak immediately. There is no change in the face color. There is no change in coughing. If I have Alzheimer, which is not unlikely, now it could not be detected. I had brain problems. I had a big headache for many years. I went to the neurologist. The neurologist let me make such a test, closing eyes and putting the fingers together, and just said, you don't have Alzheimer. So this was how he did it. That was his test. This was his test to exclude Alzheimer. So that means in Alzheimer, one can hardly find it. And this would be a research challenge in its own right, Professor Carolina, in order to see how the outbreak of Alzheimer can be studied. This is inside of a very difficult topic, a very, very special topic again. And it requires the best brains we have. As you know, I study on many topics, but one of my main education area is mathematics. And mathematics is a very, very useful thing. And mathematics is very different from what people think it is. Mathematics is very different from what people by their school education believe mathematics is. So mathematics is very creative. Mathematics is very, let me say, illustrative. It's very close to describe it by metaphors and by allegories. So mathematics is creating our fantasy much better, and it uses our fantasy much more than we could imagine. So if people in your country would like, whether these are medical doctors from your university or from other universities in Jakarta in Indonesia, would like to work with this and study about it, and have, like Professor Wahudi, will buy the program package of maths, which is called Salford maths. But you also have maths in Mathematica. You have it in R and in Mathematica already. So would like to work with this, with PhD students. So this could be a fantastic research topic where you can publish in top journals. I cannot solve it now. I can say it's very hard, but with people full of love, like you, and with people full of curiosity like you, my friends in Indonesia, it can be treated, and wonderful papers written and, I believe, published. Thank you very much. And I see there are two more questions. More.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for the answers. I think we have closed for the question and answer session, Mister, because we wanna talk about time. Okay, for the question and answer session is enough for 15 minutes. Thank you so much, Prof.
Yeah.
Okay, now we are continue. Okay, Prof.
The other people can maybe contact me by email, or can stay in contact with me and with Professor Hermann and Professor Wahudi. Maybe can send email to Professor Hermann, Professor Wahudi, and myself, Professor Agus, and Professor and the other professors. So to stay in contact. Professor Hermann would also be interested. Professor Hermann from USU. I believe also he would be interested. Thank you very much.
Sure, Prof. Thank you very much. For those attendees who still have questions, you may send email to Professor Willy, Professor Herman, Professor
Herman Mabeka, yes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Willy, for the engagement today. And
I can also say, if I can say something, dear professors, because you asked me to provide information about our conferences. So next year we have the IFORS conference in Vienna, and I sent information to you by email, so I guess you all can find it. And secondly, in 2 years of time and 3 years of time, we have, if God wants us to have a long life, in 2 and 3 years of life, we will have the Euro conference in Athens, in Greece, and in Munich, in Bavaria. Munich, you know it from Bayern Munich, the same city. So this would be wonderful. Secondly, if at your university, Professor Wahudi finds my topics charismatic, finds these topics from Alzheimer or from pension funds, charismatic, and he wants to work with top scientists in Indonesia about subjects, maybe even people from also Professor Hermann, like for example, and his friends. I think this would be very, very beautiful. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Willy.
Once again, please give
Give
applause to
applause,
Professor Willy.
Professor Willy.
God bless you. God bless you all, dear friends in Indonesia. Praying for you all and loving you very much. Love you
Okay.
very much.
I'm sorry, please wait for a moment, sir, because on behalf of Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika and ICAISD 2025, we would like to present the e-certificate and also e-placard to you, sir, to Prof. Willy, in recognition of his valuable contribution and outstanding presentation today. Please welcome our, this one, the e-certificate. And also the e-placard for you, Prof. Willy.
Wow, very beautiful.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor
Thank you
Willy.
very much, Professor Willy.
Hope you may join us
Thank you very
again next
much.
year.
Thank you.
Take care.
You are loved, very, very much loved. Very much loved.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Prof. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Best wishes. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
And now it's time for us to announce. This is the moment of truth. Moment of
Yeah,
truth.
moment
Okay,
of
to
the truth,
announce
of
and
course.
award the
yes.
best paper of ICAISD 2025, and the winner goes to.
Is it any music? Ding, ding, ding. It's kind of.
This is the moment of truth. Is there any
Moment of truth?
special music?
The soft one music, I think.
Okay. So all right. And the winner goes to, with the title, Performance Evaluation of Post-Quantum Cryptography in Virtual Machine Backup Systems, a comprehensive analysis using the Krypton cipher. And the authors are Mr. Hazwan A. Kasbi from University Technology Brunei Darussalam, and King Mongkut's University of Technology Thonburi, Thailand. Mr.
To all Triason from King Mongkut University of Technology Thonburi, Thailand, and Mr. Arif Bramantoro from University Technology Brunei Darussalam.
Could you please
go on the stage, yeah? Is it? Oh, we have the authors here with Mr. Okay, and then please welcome to on the stage also our Vice Rector too, Mr. Adi Supriyatna.
Okay, sir.
Please, our Dean, please, Mr. Rahmat Adi Purnama, could you come on the stage? Okay, for giving the e-certificate for the base paper.
Okay, congratulations to Mr. Hazwan A. Kasbi from University Technology Brunei Darussalam. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you, sir.
very much. Hope that you can
Mr.
join us again next year, yeah, sir? Thank you very much.
Congratulations for the best paper winner. Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are invite, of course, the steering committee of this international conference, Mr. Associate Professor Dr. Sumanto MCom, to deliver the report of ICAISD 2025 and, of course, officially close this event. Please, for Dr. Sumanto MCom, the stage is yours.
Honorable Head of Foundation of Bina Sarana Informatika, Honorable Rector, Mr. Professor Dr. Engineer Muhammad Wahyudi MCom, MM, IMPD, IPU, ASEAN Engineering, Honorable Vice Rector of Academic, Associate Professor Dr. Diah Puspitasari MCom, Honorable Vice Rector of Non-Academic, Mr. Adi Supriyatna MCom, Honorable Deans, Head of Study Program, Team and Department, Honorable Chair of IEEE Indonesia Section and IEEE Signal Processing Society Indonesia Section. Our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Ahmad Nizar Hidayanto from Universitas Indonesia, Professor Xi Jinghong from National Taiwan University Science and Technology Taiwan, Professor Gerhard W. Weber from Poznan University of Technology Poland. Distinguished participants and audiences, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika organized the International Conference on Advanced Information Scientific Development in ICAISD 2025. The event was held in the hall of Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika, Kramat 98, Indonesia, by the Faculty of Technical and Informatics of Universitas Bina Sarana Informatika on November 4 until 5, 2025. ICAISD 2025 is an international conference for sharing knowledge and research in computer and information science and providing a platform for researchers and practitioners from academia and industry to meet and share the cutting-edge development of computer and information science research with the theme Artificial Intelligence, Advancing Research and Computational Innovation for Global Welfare. The background is related to the rapid development of science and technology in the 21st century, which has contributed to changing and renewing various fields of life, include physical science, as the International Conference on Advanced Information Scientific Development or ICAISD 2025. The article covers different topics such as computer science, computer engineering and system, software engineering, mobile multimedia, and signal processing and analysis. The submission process using ADAS and the plagiarism checker system using Turnitin. The committee received 119 papers with the total of 49 papers accepted. The article provides an overview of critical research issues reflecting on past achievement and future challenges. These statistics show the high competition to get published in the proceeding. The issue and seminar have become special as more delegates from various countries and universities join. We host 49 representatives both from abroad and locally. The delegation comes from abroad and include the Philippines, Sweden, Iraq, Bangladesh, Malaysia, India, and Brunei Darussalam, and Indonesia for host country. ICAISD 2025 collaboration with IEEE Indonesian Section, IEEE Signal Processing Society Indonesia Section, Aptikom in DKI Jakarta, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Universitas Nusa Mandiri, Cyber University, Amix Tikom Tunas Bangsa, Universitas Raharja, and Universitas Teknologi Mataram. It is also of 5th year of our partnership with Aptikom Indonesia and Poznan University of Technology Poland. This activity involves a scientific seminar, international conference, or virtual webinar consisting of plenary lecture and oral presentation. The target participants are practitioners in information technology and management for academia, lecture, researchers, and students. as a means of socializing progress and development in information technology and management, the practitioner and industry need to increase their understanding and use for stakeholders nationally and internationally. In addition, through this conference, the participant can develop research network and collaborate this with research partner in information technology and management in Indonesia and with researchers from abroad. In connection with this team, we represent 3 speakers as the keynote speaker, namely is Professor Dr. Ahmad Nizar Hidayanto, SCOM, MCOM from Universitas Indonesia, Professor Xi Jinghong from National Taiwan University, Professor Gerhard Wilhelm Weber from Poznan University of Technology. We also thank all reviewer and editor for their commitment, effort, and dedication in reviewing all abstract and full paper. The process was quick. I appreciate all the committee member, advisor, program committee chair, executive chair, chair of the committee, and organizing committee chair for their joint effort and invaluable contribute to the conference success. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Associate Professor Dr. Sumanto MCom.
Please give round of applause of the student branch of IEEE UBSE. Once again, give round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Great. That's great. And ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to show you our recap of our agenda today from the video highlight conference of ICAISD 2025. Enjoy it. Applause. Yes, that was for 2026 next year.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, It has been an honor to host all of you today. We hope you have found the conference both enlightening or also enriching. Please remember to stay connected with us through our ICAISD social media or website for updates on future events. As we close today's conference, we wish you all the best in your continued work and research in artificial intelligence. We would like to convey a great appreciation to all of you for having the pleasure of attending the entire events. Should there be inconvenient matters within the procession, please allow us to humbly apologize. We wish you a very pleasant day. We, Yanti Rosalina,
and Agus Priyadi,
would like to say thank you, see you, and join us again on ICAISD 2026. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to take a photo session together on the stage. Please come and join us. Sir, please. Yes. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, please join us on the stage. All of you